Not only is she back on tour, she's a champion again. Yeah! The legend. Here's Shannon O'Keefe. Yeah! Incredible. What a moment for Shannon O'Keefe.
Reminder to our bowling fans that flash photography and the signing of autographs is strictly prohibited during competition. We kindly ask that you silence those cell phones to prevent any distractions to the athletes. This week, the field of play is at the bottom of the stairs, and this belongs to the athletes and authorized personnel only. Please do not enter the field of play for any reason. PWBA qualifying rounds can be seen for free on Bowl TV. Please let all your friends and family know where they can watch the best women bowlers in the world. All right, athletes, press those red keys. Your arrows will come up. Reset to full cycle. Lane 23, please press the reset button. All right, bowling fans, pick out your favorite pro this morning. Cheer her on. How about a great send-off for round one of the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Good luck, ladies.
And a very lovely good morning to all of our viewers. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be watching from. As the PWBA Twin Cities Open, sponsored by BowlerX.com, underway with round one qualifying of the elite field. 32 players. Now on the lanes, 9 players advancing through yesterday's pre-tournament qualifier, PTQ. First time we are seeing, of course, the likes of players like Shannon O'Keefe, Sandra Gungor, and others as an example. We look forward to seeing what today holds. 8 games this morning, 8 games this evening. Second round will begin at 5 p.m. Central, 6 Eastern Time. Emil Williams Jr. here with you from Cedarville Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. And back with us. We watched the PTQ yesterday. You know, we had I won't call him a guest because he's actually working. And so that is Phil Brylow.
Good morning, bowling world. And it's a great day here in Eagan, no doubt about it.
Phil will be here throughout the weekend, essentially. So you'll get a chance to hear him. You already hear him often, obviously, on PBA 50 events, of course, formerly Extra Frame and now Flow Bowling. And Phil has delightedly said, let's go hang out on Bowl TV for a weekend and watch a little PWBA.
It's a great change of pace, and watching the bowlers attack this now unknown condition. They've bowled on it last night in the practice session, so they've gotten used to the quirks and idiosyncrasies of the pattern, but they have no chart to go by on that, and having to use your eyes as a guide is that little bit extra, it really separates these ladies right now from what we're seeing on the PBA and PBA 50 tours, because those guys always come in and they have that lane chart to help them out. Not so this week here in Eagan.
The elite field events will not have the pattern released. So last week, of course, St. Pete, you didn't know the pattern. Players didn't know really until, and they were bowling during the show, obviously. So they're not focused in on what's actually happening during the broadcast. But that's the first time the pattern was released during the TV show. It'll be the same this week and also next week when we head to Columbus, Ohio. So in that regard, a change of pace a little bit this season as well. There were some tournaments last season where the pattern was not released, and a lot of players like it. You know, it's kind of like a one less thing to worry about in a sense. You don't know what it is, so you just intently focus on figuring things out during practice and working with your team to try to be successful. And already, Phil, what we noticed yesterday, and again, we don't know what it is. We can always anticipate some level of change. Yeah, obviously day-to-day, PTQ to elite field qualifying, etc. But saw a lot of players with some surface playing outside, and even we saw some channel dusters yesterday. So trying to probably eliminate that, but obviously give themselves some room to work with as the block goes on.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The players that are trying to attack up the outside here, like we're seeing with Sandra Gregor. Well, actually, she's a little more inside than she was earlier, and you can see the result right there, the big crossover. But if we go over to Erin McCarthy, as she steps up on lane 26, see very direct up the outside part of the lane. And that was really the key, is if you had a lot of hand like a Summer Jasmine, you could get away with bellying the heck out of the ball from inside, but you can't get the ball out past about 5. Right now we're seeing the players like Shannon O'Keefe, they can start the ball very straight up the outside, but then again, if you get it any direction towards the pocket, it heads left immediately. So it's a very fine line these ladies are playing this week. I would bet the ratio on this pattern is probably less than 2 to 1. From my untrained and very amateur eye.
But thoughtful eye.
Well, when you see enough of the varied patterns on all the professional tours, and you get to see the players and the ball reaction that they're having, it kind of gives you an idea of what the ratios are. Last week on the PBA 50 tour in Anderson, Indiana, we were at almost a 4 to 1 ratio, and the guys just whacked them. I mean, you don't need to give players of this skill level and talent that much of an area on the lane to take advantage of it, and they fully did there. This week, you're still going to see some players get in the 215, 220 average range. They're matched up right. They're feeling good physically and mentally, and then it's probably going to be the grind out for that 12th position where it's going to be that 205, 207 average. Which, once again, kids make your spares. That's going to be the big difference. And we saw that yesterday in the PTQ where, some spare making or lack thereof was the difference between making a couple of those bottom spots out of the PTQ.
We're watching Katie Ann Sopp. This is 23 and 24. Of course, you see no names, of course, via scoreboard, just A, B, C, D. So if you're familiar with the tour, you'll probably recognize many of the players, of course. But what we'll do is, since we're on 21 and 22, we'll go left to right. Kelly Kilik, Jurgen Poplar, A and B. C and D, Stephanie Johnson and Pamela Alvarez. On 23 and 24, here is Maria Jose Rodriguez from Colombia. We'll watch her shot. Shannon O'Keefe, letter B. Sandra Gongora is C. Katie Ann Sopp will be D. And Clara Guerrero, the 245 on the way. She will be letter A. Erin McCarthy is B. Verity Crawley, C. And Danielle Vandermeer is D. Here is SG, move back right after that brief experiment on the left lane.
And you saw the bit of hang on those outside 4 or 5 boards. And there's a couple of lanes we saw yesterday at lane 23. We also saw it at lane 25 where there seems to be a little topography in play too, where the hang gets magnified down lane. We saw a couple of interesting leaves as the day went on, along, as you mentioned before, a couple of gutter balls by players as well. It's not too often you see the 1-5 out here on the PWBA Tour. We saw that during the PTQ yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly was interesting. Caught us, I won't say off guard, but it's just not something you're used to seeing, obviously, at this level. But it does happen. The players are human. They go through the same things that, all of us to go through as bowlers sometimes. And sometimes the pattern also can make even the best sometimes look a little weird.
Yeah, you get the occasional head scratcher. Why did that just happen?
We'll talk about the players advancing from the PTQ. There's one. That's Danielle Vandermeer. Danielle went to Nebraska, living in Washington, Illinois. Back out bowling and competing this week. Here is Shannon O'Keefe, the front runner. The 2018 PWBA Player of the Year, leads the tour in points and is the only player at this moment on tour to have multiple wins this season. Pamela Alvarez has made it back-to-back PTQ advances. Last week in St. Pete, this week in Eagan, Minnesota, as we get a good look at Pamela's game.
Look at how direct through the front part of the lane. She's a little farther to the left than other players at this time, but her ball speed helping get that ball pushed through the end of this pattern.
Stephanie Johnson. Steph trying to rebound a little bit from last week's event in St. Petersburg, Clearwater. Had a decent finish. Finished 23rd, got to plus 164, I believe. But got behind a little bit early in round number 1. Had some footing issues. And, of course, if you don't feel comfortable on the approach, not going to be throwing the best shots that you possibly can. And she felt great, felt much better, more comfortable in round number 2, and it certainly showed. Talked to her this morning about that a little bit.
Well, everybody always talks about how some of the inventions, the changes in bowling balls and such over the years were the big technological advance. I think one of the biggest ones is the shoes. I mean, you can go all across the country nowadays and carry your bowling shoes in your bag and all your soles and heels in another, and pretty much overcome anything from basically an ice rink to a desert with changing the soles and heels on those bowling shoes. And
I like that, Phil.
It's so rare to see somebody out on any of the major tours that has, the old school single sole heel bowling shoe. Pete Weber being one of those, and Pete recently had some issues with footing at a tournament in Kokomo, Indiana. He had to withdraw from the event. He flared up his back and his hip once again.
Here's Kelly Kilik. Kelly Lowe still looking for first show appearance this year, which is has been rare for her since the relaunch of the tour. She's been a mainstay.
We were doing a what if, talking about that the other day. And what if Kelly Kilik never won a PBA Women's Series event, never got the chance to bowl in the Tournament of Champions? And the other what if that we started talking about with Dave Lamont from ESPN was, well, what if the ladies tour wasn't dormant for a few years as well? And how that could have affected quite a few careers of the veterans out here on the PWBA Tour.
Without question. Saw Kelly during practice. Needless to say, she looked pretty lined up. And she looked like she had a couple of options to go to as well as we watch Kilik.
And she's not afraid right now to get that just hair of belly, but that's a pretty big ball she's got in her hand. Not a ton of surface on it.
And for Kelly, you know, almost very, very A-game-ish for her. If she can get a little bit left, and certainly would like to belly just a touch. Generally, if you give her that, it's going to be tough to beat throughout. But we've also seen her this season and previous get further right and a little more direct as well. So I think for her probably right now it's just a matter of which one do I think I'll have better carry. My carry percentage is going to be a little further or a little higher, and perhaps you know, able to knock in a couple swisher sevens and, you know, lower sevens, get the 10 out instead of maybe 4-pin, 9-pin, 4-9. Nice shot there from Poplar. See Sandra Gongora, it's I haven't seen her bowl in a long time. And I know, say, hey, well, you know, it's only been a little more than a month at this point, but no, you know, U.S. Women's Open was a long time ago. We had a break in July, and SG withdrew last week. Wasn't going to be able to make the event. They're competing in the Central American Games. Good to see her back out. Had a very successful trip, by the way, did Sandra. The event was held in Colombia. I believe won a gold, silver, and 2 bronze medals.
Yeah, how about the American dominance at the Tournament of Americas right now down in the Miami area? Heard the other day a complete sweep of the gold in one of the doubles events, every age category and gender.
How about that?
Of course, members of Team USA Bowling in that event. Wow, and Alvarez. We saw that yesterday. We saw a lot more left side spares missed than right side spares. Bowlers unsure of the angles to approach those left side spares with, whether it was with polyester or hooking it with the reactive resin.
So far, as Phil has pointed out, and that was just a clean miss from SG. Missed it left, going left, but the players thought about, or sounded like yesterday, and talked to some folks that could be a little flat, middle part of the lane, and you get it left early, middle part, it's going left. Certainly, and it's game 1. And so not a lot of hold, obviously, to be developed as of yet.
So the player can get scared off by that. They try to just leave it a little right, and all of a sudden, because the angle's changed just enough, ball doesn't pick up through the transitional part of the pattern, and it stays out to the right. Nobody misses a 5-pin.
Well,
all right, we're good.
I'll be the first to tell you that
the black cloud's done. See, right there. Bam.
I have missed several in my lifetime. Unfortunate.
There's a bowling center when I do some of my TV work back in the Milwaukee area that they have pins behind the bowling counter that you have to autograph if you miss a 5-pin, and they've had the center for this couple's had the center for a dozen years now, and I think there's about 18 or 19 pins autographed, full of autographs from people that have missed the 5-pin.
A couple of early claps. Again, big thanks to everyone who has joined us and will join us throughout the day. We'll be here with you yesterday. Well, we were here with you yesterday, today, tonight, and tomorrow morning. And to the CBS Sports Network TV finals be at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, the last strike by Sapp we just saw, she had the gutter ball on that lane previously. And scoreboard right now, 3-bagger, gutter 8 double for Sapp, so we know she's ranged in. Just a matter of, she leaked that ball probably a good 3 boards to the right on lane 23 on that gutter ball. So to get your confidence back immediately is a good thing. Because we've seen some players get rattled pretty easily by gutter balls in the PTQ.
And it's easy to do, especially on a pattern that is not easy, certainly very tough, but you know, that lets you know there's somewhere you shouldn't throw it, and especially directionally. Stephanie Johnson looking pretty good here so far early. Is that Bjerget on the 5-bagger?
That is correct,
Okay.
sir.
Keep an eye on that early. Gongora, that looks like a pretty good shot. Yep.
It's easy to tell when these players are making great shots right now. It's a little left, and that's ends up a little left ends up a lot of left. Poplar.
Look at it, where Shannon is playing. So Rocio now 3 in a row for row over on 27 and 28. Colombian teammate, Clara Guerrero.
And 5-baggers like Poplars are going to be at a premium this week, no doubt about it.
Nice shot by Katie. She's got some support in the crowd as well from Minnesota. Lone non-member who advanced from this week's PTQ.
Is there a cash rule with the PWBA like there is for the PBA events where you can bowl as a guest?
Yes.
Is there a similar rule? Rodriguez is trying to will that one to the crossover side right at release.
We good to see them all, of course, at the beginning of the event. Last week they ran into some travel delays on their way back from competing at the aforementioned Central American Games. The break there for SG. I actually learned a little bit more about that. There was the particular airline that they flew. The pilots, well, Kelly was going to get a solid break there. Let's take a look at that again.
That headpin tried. It was making a heck of an effort to try to.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
10-pin doesn't get an early nap.
Do, 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 do. Shout out to Bob Barker. All right. But in reference to the Colombian team, the airline they fly, the pilots were going on a strike.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and that obviously didn't help them. And so that was part of the reason why they did not make it. Didn't make round 1 last week. Of course, they were able to be there for round 2, but an interesting situation for them last week.
Seems to be travel affecting a lot of professional athletes recently. I saw in that the Las Vegas Aces WNBA team was forced to forfeit a game in Washington, D.C. because it took them 26 hours to get from Vegas to D.C. with a couple of canceled flights and other problems. And by the time they were supposed to start the game at the scheduled time, they hadn't arrived yet. So the WNBA office forced the Aces in the middle of a playoff chase to forfeit a game. And I know here in Minnesota, the Lynx, one of the best sports teams in the area with the WNBA. A couple of championships under their belts.
So here's Aaron McCarthy. By the way, the Lynx are phenomenal, and I was disappointed that they weren't here. They aren't here this weekend.
Yeah, they were in Vegas last night. I didn't catch the end of the results of that game.
McCarthy on to Gongora. Can she keep it going? A touch firm there, 2-8 for SG. Gongora, Rodriguez, Katie Ann Schroeder. And Shannon O'Keefe on 23 and 24. Here's Verity Crawley, who had 25 in a row last week in St. Petersburg. She went 290, 300, and then started that third game. And it wasn't the first three of a set, but she started that third game with a double. Should check that out, Bowl TV, and watch the archived events. Wow. But Kelly got away with one there.
She wasn't happy at release. You just watch that get down. She thought she was going to go high, and hey, look, 10 back, dead flush.
Liz Johnson is in the field this week. The roster is listed below in the event description. You are able to see who exactly is in the field, of course, and that includes the 9 players who advanced from yesterday's PTQ. Those players are Alicia Kern, who led the PTQ yesterday at plus 183. Olivia Sandham was second at plus 137. Pamela Alvarez was third at plus 84. Katie Ann Schroeder was fourth at plus 76. Danielle Vandermeer, fifth at plus 71. Kayla Pashina was sixth at plus 64. Summer Jasmine was seventh at plus 50. Jody Westner, eighth at plus 42. And Haley Richard is ninth at plus 40. Those were your 9 players advancing. The normal number would be 8, the PTQ advancers, but there is 1 player who earned an elite field spot, be unable to compete in the elite field event. So that spot goes to the PTQ. If you're unable to compete and withdraw from the event, your spot then goes to the PTQ. That player is Tanya Raumemper, as she is, I think, either today or tomorrow, the Asian Games begin. And that is where she is, getting ready to represent Indonesia. All right, Rodriguez trying to find something here. All right, nice love tap on the 4-pin. See if she can get into the 170s. Perhaps the first errant shot of this game for Stephanie Johnson. Couldn't come at a worse time. It's a makeable spare, of course, as we watch Kelly Kilik. See if Kilik can capitalize on the break she got on lane 21 on the left lane. Didn't like it, of course. And maybe just a hair right, just hung up. But hang on the outside. Last week, round 1, game 1 scores. There were a few out there that started with a few strings of strikes, so kind of let you know that the scoring pace could be a little high this week. Don't see as many strings, but I do see as many quality games. A few more 9 spares in comparison.
That's the key to the ladies remembering that this week is 9 spare isn't a bad frame in a lot of cases as they get through. Get off some of these tougher pairs with 205, 210. Take advantage of some pairs where you match up a little better and maybe get that 230 or 240, and you can find yourself getting at tomorrow's top 12.
6-10 for Clara. Out there to her roommate, Sandra Gongora. That's a touch left, but it holds. Sandra Gongora is on that list of, at this point, kind of very, very short list of players who you know that their time is coming. Going to win a title. Way too talented, obviously, not to. When is it? Is the question. I thought it might have been the U.S. Women's Open. She bowled very well at that event. Ultimately missed the TV show by not much. Another important thing to think about as you watch this event and next week, and really the rest of the season, of course, but each event's got its own importance. It's Kelly with the old Dutch 200 game.
You know how long Jeff Goodgers wanted to call one of those on Extra Frame on Flow Bowling?
I've seen a couple.
We've
actually.
never had one in the. He's been on Extra Frame Flow Bowling for almost 6 years. I have 4 under my belt. That's the first Dutch 200 game I've been a part of. I'm going to text him between games and let him know he should have been here. Closest we ever got was Brian Goebel with a 199.
Shot there from O'Keefe. Now Poplar, who started well. No open frames and can get to the 250s. That puts her in the 240s. Well, it's just going to be about, I think, just keeping the mental miscues down for Katie. Got a good look to the 1-3. I think we learned a little bit about her game early and the respect that she can get in. And if that calls for that, the lanes end up calling for that, I think she's going to be successful. So just keeping the miscues down, and she's going to have herself a good opportunity, I think, to make some noise here.
Yeah, the gutter ball is going to happen. I mean, we were trying to play that direct, that far out the right. You leak it a little bit. It's bound to happen. You know, you bounce back with the 3-bagger off, it's great, but then when you make the mental mistake on the single pin, that ball really used its energy early trying to make the turn back. I don't want to say the 5 was there for a second with the 7, but the 5 was there a second with the 7. It did not go out with authority. .91 for Side.
All right, Aaron McCarthy just finishing things up. Louisville champion. The Louisville Open. Just like that, game 1, folks, is in the books. As we will welcome to Bowl TV in game number 2. Josie Barnes, Brianna Cote, AB, Jordan Richard, Alicia Kern, PTQ leader. CD on the scoreboard. Lindsay Boomershine, Liz Johnson will be AB on 23. On lane 24, Diana Zavyalova and Olivia Sandham will be CD. We'll have that group a few times today on our featured pairs. We'll see Kelly Kilik again along with Birgit Poplar. They'll move to 25 and 26, Stephanie Johnson and Pamela Alvarez in that group as well. Saw a lot of players, or excuse me, viewers in the chat talking about their Bowl with the Pro experiences from yesteryears and even this season. Someone in the Bowl or in the viewer chat room bowled last night. A couple people actually. Looks like Mel actually even bowled last week and got himself a bowling ball from Shannon O'Keefe directly.
That's always a bonus.
It is. The players are very good about signing as we watch Alicia Kern, PTQ leader from yesterday. She chops the 10 out at the legs there. Always willing to donate some of their time. It's a packed house actually last night too. The line was out the door for registration of Bowl with the Pros. 32-lane facility here at Cedarvale. Wow. Diana sending pins early. That's a good sign.
You can send that 4-pin and a light hit all the way back across the deck into 10. It should be a good day for you. Because a lot of times you see that hit, you see the 4-pin fight the head pin when it comes off the sideboard, and they both just kind of die out.
See, Jordan Richard made her second stepladder finals of the season, but it was her first live TV appearance last week. As you see Jordan, as Aaron Smith said on last night's On the Road episode, to borrow a line from Kelly Kilik, who used it first. We give credit where credit is due.
Oh, and Olivia Sandham just stuck at the line. I'm not sure if she fouled. She just caught out of the corner.
Liv says she gives the nod. Lindsay asks, is she okay?
She did. Okay, she did foul. She did cross the line.
She said yes.
And we saw that happen on this pair yesterday as well during the opening game of the PTQ.
We did. It might have been the same lane.
And all these bowlers now kind of checking the soles of the shoes. It's unusual because it's the middle of the house, 23 and 24 of pairs in play. It is a little humid in the Twin Cities area, but Cedarvale Lanes, they've made sure that the temperature in the building is cool.
It's chilly, but I have to speak for myself on that. I get cold.
I'm comfortable, but I've spent most of my summer in Midwest bowling centers, so it's
fair enough.
I've acclimated now.
To finish the quick thought on Jordan Richard, the phrase was aggressively smooth, able to generate a lot of power, but she is not overexerting any energy whatsoever. Very fluid, smooth, and is able to do a lot more with ripping racks than I am. It's fun to watch.
You see it in a lot of cases with power players where if they make a bad shot, they get up on their toes a bit. You don't see that with Jordan Richard. You don't see her try to give it the extra and have the upper body get a little too forward, have her get up on her toes. That momentum to the foul line, it's all driven by the legs and the core.
Here's the Hall of Famer and reigning 3-time Player of the Year, Liz Johnson. Liz does have a title this season, as we talked about last night on the Road. No points were awarded She won the Lucy doubles PWBA striking against breast cancer event. Donna Connors. Here's Josie Barnes.
Look at how relaxed the hand is on top. So many of these players nowadays know it's key. Put tension in that swing, you're going to end up finding a lot of trouble in a lot of cases.
All right, a little week 10 there for Alicia Kern.
That was a heck of a battle, that position round game that they had against Deandra Espady and Jason Belmonte with Liz and EJ.
Yeah, watched a little bit of that, and Liz, you know, what I like to call, because we see her all the time, Liz did Liz things, and made a clutch ball change through the 2 different balls, and you know, ultimately was enough to come out victorious. Pocket 7-10 from Boomershine, and the spare from Barnes. For our collegiate coaches who compete on tour, it's August is kind of that time, you know, for them. School's about to start. For some, it's already started, and that, of course, gears up the coaching element, essentially on tour. Another 4-9. That's the second one we've seen on this lane as well. So pocket 7-10 on the left lane, 4-9 on the right lane.
Yeah, and if it was the same player throwing that, they'd be thinking to themselves, it's time to make a ball change. If you get that 7-10, 4-9 reaction, that's the last thing you want to see.
Boomershine currently 15th or 14th on the points list. So she would have one of those spots. Brianna Cote hasn't won the title, but she is not in danger of missing the Tour Championship. A good look at the former 4-time All-American at Central Missouri. Cote, I mentioned on the road last night. One of those players who has had a season where a big bounce back season, I should say.
Now Liz has gone light and lighter. And that time gets a head pin to come off the sideboard and take down the 2-pin, but definitely going to see a bit of a line change from Liz.
And here's Liv trying to bounce back here. Wichita State, living in, I believe, St. Joseph's, Missouri. Good shot. Liz very active on social, almost like a sigh of relief right there. And I think we've all been there in that situation. The next frame, let's try not to think about what just happened. Try to execute the shot, and you get through it and feel much better. Liv, of course, excuse me, recently married. They got married at the Queens, actually, in Reno.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Took the opportunity to go ahead and take care of business.
Yeah, you got to do it in Nevada. Show up at the courthouse, get the license, and find the minister. Or the justice of the peace if you take that route. Definitely not as many wedding chapels in Reno as there are in Vegas.
Husband Daniel sitting to our left. The only other player or person that I've ever called E, which is what people call me, Alicia Kern. Here she is.
Little fall off on that shot, little off with the timing, and I don't think the 4-pin is severely disappointing at that point. Could have been a bit worse. Just taking a quick glance across the lanes here. I see 0 3-baggers to start the game from anyone. in the center. Shows you how tough it's going from lane to lane here, even with the new installation. Even with, one would think, a lot of people new to the sport think, okay, they look at these synthetic lanes and they go, oh, they have to play exactly the same from lane to lane to lane. And unfortunately, little imperfections both on the lane surface and into the supports that the lanes are mounted upon can cause some differences to lane, and you combine that with a pretty tough pattern, and it's tough to start with that early 3 or 4 bagger to try to get yourself some distance from the other players on your pair and the other players in the field.
All right, we haven't done it yet, so let's take a look at our Game 1 scores. Our scores brought to you by this week's sponsor, BowlerX.com. Big thanks to BowlerX.com for not only their sponsorship, but being a part of the Professional Women's Bowling Association. All right, Dasha Kovalova in the lead, shot 259 to kick off competition this morning at plus 59. Liz Johnson, 246 in second. At plus 46, we're going to get popular. We saw the 245 on Bowl TV at plus 45. Liz Culkin is fourth, the reigning, wow, U.S. Women's Open champion. Nice shot there for Lindsay. Josie Barnes is fifth, tied for fifth with Rocio Restrepo at plus 37. Lindsay Boomershine is seventh at plus 32. Haley Richard and Alicia Kern tied for eighth at plus 22. Haley is the twin sister of Jordan. Both went to Arkansas State and, of course, recently graduated. Brianna Cote and Danielle McEwen tied for 10th at plus 16. And right now, Sandra Gongora is the number. Long way to go, obviously, at plus 14. The number tonight to keep in mind, folks, if you are unfamiliar, is the, wow. By the way, Phil, I should take this moment to let you know. We'll watch the replay first.
Let's take out a piece of your soul, throw it right in that right gutter.
I have developed an extreme disdain for 8-pins. So if we see some, I might just, feel like I might do one of these. I can't act it out, obviously, on camera because you can't see me, but I might just literally just take a blowback. Like, oh, my gosh, because it really disrupts me.
See, your disruption's mild. I've worked next to Randy Peterson for a couple of years now.
That's so different.
I see there's an actual physical response of illness in the booth every time Randy sees someone else leave an 8-pin.
Yeah, I would say whatever I'm doing, it certainly would compare to that. The funny thing is here, the players know it now. Like Shannon O'Keefe. So if Shannon leaves an 8-pin and she's anywhere near, she's going to look back at me.
Is that more so they feel better about?
I think so. And I'm okay with that.
Liz isn't going to change that line. If you got the headpin coming off the sideboard at Mach 6 and taking the 2 out, why change? If she carries that 5 times in a row, now I'm going to know why. That's why she's one of the greatest of all time. She carries that 5 times in a row on 23. We know there's something to it.
Give the top 12 players after competition tonight, or tonight. 8 games today, or this morning, 8 games this evening. So after 16 games, top 12 will move on to tomorrow. We'll bowl 6 additional games at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. Then we'll know our 5 finalists.
Let's follow up your solid 8 with a ring 10 and really make your morning go better, Brianna Cote. Ooh, that's enough to make your breakfast start coming up a little bit.
Shot there from DZ. What a good story about Zavialova this week in the preview of this week's event. And just in regards to DZ being in a place where she won her first title, of course, in the state of Minnesota. Nice shot there from Liz, and yep, that's Liz.
She made the adjustment on 24 after leaving at 2-4-10 and just been dead flush on the next 2.
But the maturity for Diana being shown from that point to this point. grown as both a player and a person, more patient, she said, which is so important, certainly when you're on tour at this level. And some of the breaks that she's experienced, she had some bad breaks last year. Actually, 2016. She missed the top 4 for many standard events, which is what got you to TV. She finished 5th several times that season. Bounced back last year, won the Queens for the 2nd time, and now has won titles in back-to-back seasons for the first time in her career after her win last week. Quality shot. I think the only thing that might keep the players have, I think, a thorough understanding of what the lanes are doing. I think at this moment they have a pretty good idea of how to get to the 1-3, but already, yeah, we've seen more 9 counts.
Oh, we had Chris Schlemmer in the booth with us yesterday, and he mentioned about how the ladies are using big balls early in the day, and those big balls have a tendency to really change things up a lot quicker. So all of a sudden now, game 2, these bowling balls are already losing energy too soon. You're starting to see some of the 7-10s and weak 10s. Now it's like, okay, what do I need to change to in my arsenal? Because, you know, if you think about it, this ball is done. It's like watching auto racing. It's like watching they use the big tires with the big grooves for when they're driving in the rain. Well, rain's done. Those tires burn up on dry tracks in a hurry, and these bowling balls are basically doing the same thing. So now you gotta get something with a little more, little less surface, a little more grip. They're not gonna be using anything shiny anytime soon, but they're definitely gonna be not having as much surface on the ball. Well, she got the 2 out the same way again. I think she's gonna make that move shortly.
I don't think she was happy with that shot from release point.
I'm just wondering if she maybe got fooled a little bit. Like, she made the move, and all of a sudden 23 still goes long on her, because you know, we've seen the balls hit the ditch on that lane more often than on any other lane in the house.
String ends for Sandham.
And the bad part for Liz is she's got to finish the 10th frame on that lane, so you don't want to leave yourself with making the big move, and all of a sudden ball finally grabs the lane, jams through the face, and you got a big 4 staring at you. Ooh.
That's even rarer right there. I think that was just honestly a result. She did throw it great, that first shot. And
you still dwell on it, you let your mind slip on the task at hand.
She'll move on, she'll erase that, and she'll get back to business. I'm very happy that we weren't on 25, Phil, because Jurget's 8-pin was actually worse than Brianna Cote's, because her 8-pin wiggled. Josie trying to figure some things out. 7-10 and a 4-pin.
Yeah, just watch that ball. It's starting to pick up a little earlier now. Makes it high flush in the pocket. And she took that second look at it like, really, now you go high? So you see the bowlers might be getting fooled a little bit by how these lanes are changing on the back end. And it's all the little things that can add to the difference between what they saw in the practice session yesterday for 25, 30 minutes in, and whether they thought the lanes were going to be, and how they end up today. If it could be a little warmer or cooler in the building. Lanes sat overnight, they could be a little cool as well. The temperature of the oil, what was the temperature of the oil as it was applied to the lane? There's just so many little micro things that can affect the ball reaction for a player. Hey, you just have to figure all 27 of those out and then try to throw strikes.
Got word from Aaron Smith that Missy Parkin was working on 290, but left a 4-pin in the 9th frame. She is down, I believe, on either 15, 16, or 17 and 18.
It would be 15 and 16. She's actually just getting ready to step up in her 10th frame. Just took a glance down.
Good shot. Cote, that one gets right, gets the break. Bang!
Okay, does that make up for the 8-pin? Is that payback? I mean, watch that 3-pin come back off the sideboard. Nothing but net. I gotta see that one more time, because you don't see that very often.
Yeah, that was off the window, off the wall, off the arches, through the building. Nothing but net.
DZ with the bounce back off the open frame. Interesting for Sandham here that she left the 8-pin behind the super washout. Makes it a little tougher to convert, and the bad break sending it head pin around the 6. Oh, and Richard almost gets a huge break. Almost backdoors the 1-2-4 as well. But leaves the ever pesky 110.
Just a quick question for those in the chat. Someone mentioned they were having some sound issues. So, are there multiple people having some sound issues? Please let us know. Olivia, got to push. Come on. Hey, come on, headpin.
You cut it so well. You put it right where it's supposed to go, and it just gets like a magnet in the flat gutter. Just holds that head pin down.
I know it just cut right in front of the 10-pin, but still. Good shot there from LJ. I think she just threw that one just a touch harder. A little firmer, right kind of at the 1-3. Wanted to make sure she knew exactly where it was going. She's so good at that. Her and Danielle's very good at that as well. Being able to just kind of manipulate with the hand.
Yeah, just not be afraid of, okay, the oil may have dissipated a little bit there, but if I throw it harder and just stay fluid with the hand on the bottom, don't give it any extra. It'll get high flush in the hole. So many players, they get to the bottom there when they try to jam the ball in the pocket, and they give that little extra, and they hit the head pin or cross over. Current flirting with disaster on the left side of that 4-pin. Gets it down, keeps herself with a possible 237. Love the way that Boomer Shine looks down at her setup, make sure that ball on the elbow is in the right place, because it's real easy to cheat yourself where it feels like it's in the right spot, but if you're just off a half an inch, either way in your setup, you can get yourself in a lot of problems with your swing plane. Patrick Allen on the PBA Tour, notorious for many years of making sure that ball is in the perfect spot. Sandham trying to avoid the buzzard. Gets the strike. as bowlers are finishing up game 2 here in our feature pairs. Cedarville Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota, the site of 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Boomershine still looking for 235, not going to happen now. 3, 4, and 7 left on the lanes. Zavala at 213 possible, trying to bounce back up with a couple of opens. Balanced him out with a couple of doubles. Needs the last 5 to get to that 213 number. And that 10 moved about an inch and a half left. It was hit by the 6-pin, fails to fall. Liz Johnson looking for strong finish. She's really got to be kicking herself about that 6-pin, or the single pin that was missing the 6th frame. Still has a possible 245 with 2 opens here in game number 2. Olivia Sandham. Possible 211, 3 open frames. Of course, that foul in the first frame didn't help her cause any here in game 2.
All right, folks. Thanks for the heads up on the audio situation. What we're going to do, well, as we watch some things and see if they work properly. Right now, it's working properly. It looks great.
Until I start talking, and they'll probably start backing down a little bit. But Sandham under fill ball, looking for that 211, last 4. Switches balls, and that one read real early. So not happy with the shape on that one, but she's got to be happy with, after foul 9, starting with 208.
Let's check it one more time, Phil.
Let's check in here. Pair we had coverage on in game 1, Poplar takes the hard way for converting that 3-6-10. Still the possible 1-9-3. Struggles this game for Alvarez. Alvarez 1-6-2 if she converts this 10 and gets the full ride in the 10th. And once again, another single pin miss. The bane of many a lady today. It's unusual. I worked in Anderson last week and at a booth we were in, and I had nobody behind me today in Cedarvale. We're in the bleachers, and I'm starting to feel the crowd coming in a bit, which is a good thing. Lots of fans here for the greatest women bowlers in the world. I'm just worried that somebody's going to get next to my microphone. I'm going to start overhearing conversations and such as we go along here. And we are done with game 2, looking for game 3 to come up here from Cedarvale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. I am Phil Brilo. Emil Williams Jr. heading things off here.
Well, things seems to be okay.
As bowlers are coming to 23 and 24, and they saw the problems with the approaches the other players are having. That's the first thing Missy Parkin, first thing she went to do was check the approaches. Liz Culkin doing the same thing. So they must have found that last night in the practice session that this one particular pair may have some approaches that are a bit on the touchy side for the players.
Well, we're at that point where you get a couple games on the lanes, and then of course you start to determine if players play them right, or at least the way you would have preferred
right.
them to play them coming out of practice into game 1.
Everybody knows my way is the best way to do it. Come on.
Get a chance to see Jen Higgins for the first time today, along with Missy Parkin. Next week we'll be not too far from Jen Higgins. In fact, we've got a couple players who live in Ohio, and I know that'll be a little welcome change for those players, like Jen, Jody Westner. Rocio lives in Ohio now as well. Shannon Pulhowski will be in Columbus next week. So Jen Higgins, Liz Culkin will be A and B on 23. Missy Parkin, Summer Jasmine on will be C and D on 23 and 24. And 22 will feature Shannon Pulhowski. Just talked about her. Sydney Brummett. They'll be A and B. Rocio Restrepo and Kayla Pashina.
How about that performance by Fushima last game of the PTQ yesterday? Put up a big 230 game to get in and stay in the number. And that was the pair she did it on as well, 21 and 22. So maybe some good karma for her again today.
It very well could be. And then again, also the local flavor as well. Got the ability to, you know, sleep in your own bed. She lives about 30 minutes away. Got some support in the crowd. Same thing with Katie Ann Saab Schroeder. So they look out for some of the local players. There were a couple who did advance, and 2 of them we just talked about. I am curious to see the look of what Shannon Puhalski may have going on the left side. She is the only lefty in the field.
And Liz Culkin had to take the second look at that 2-pin conversion as the ball was going down lane. Kind of hung up at the break point.
Is he parking? Wow, that was an interesting shot and leave. Didn't look like a bad shot by any means.
He just kind of hung and then made the move, and surprise, a little too late. Take another look at that last ball by Pashimi. You just watch that ball make the turn high. And the 3-4-6-7 the result.
And folks, you can still get a really good look at if you happen to be too far right, essentially. If you're trying to play 4-5, but you accidentally hit 2, you're probably going to miss the head pin on this pattern. So I said that was online, but it probably was a board or 2 right of what she was looking at. It's a good look at Liz Culkin, who Liz likes to see it go left to right just a little bit, and that was a good shot for her.
I still think one of the gutsiest things ever with bowling and social media was a couple seasons ago when Liz Culkin was on the front 33 and she goes Facebook Live
That's
in the middle of
impressive.
her league session.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is some serious guts right there.
Not only that, she put us to work that night too. You know, because, you know, you see it on Facebook and you go, well, you do like a double take. I remember this. Aaron and I were, you know, computers, and all of a sudden, FB Live, Liz Culkin. I'm like, wait, is this right? And then we pull it up. I'm like, oh, we should probably share this. 890, 878.
I believe so, yes.
She can strike. See if our results are in for game number 2. Looks like all is well on our audio fit. See if Rocio can take care of a 7-10. I'm always hopeful that we'll have one. No bounce, but textbook on the 10-pin situation. All right, after 2 games, well, Liz Johnson not happy about that missed single pin. And she was able to throw out, what was that, the last 5 or 6, Phil?
I believe it was the last 5.
That got her to the lead at plus 89. Liz Johnson is your leader. the BowlerX.com Twin Cities Open after 2 games. Missy Parkin. We mentioned she had a potential to shoot 290, finished with 267. She's second at plus 74. Clara Guerrero is third at plus 60. Alicia Kern fourth at plus 58. Liz Colkin can't get the 7 to fall at plus 56 in 5th place. Rocio Restrepo is 6th at plus 52. Jody Westner 7th at plus 49. Jurgen Poplar is 8th at plus 34. Dasha Kovalova and Lindsay Boomershine tied for 9th at plus 32. Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder is 11th at plus 21. Danielle Vandermeer is 12th at plus 14. Right now, there are 18 players who are plus, 19 who are even or plus. Sandra Gungor is 19th. She is even. Kelly Kilik is plus 1 in 18th. Stephanie Johnson plus 2 in 17th. Summer Jasmine is plus 5 in 16th. Erin McCarthy plus 6, 15th. Josie Barnes is plus 7 in 14th. And just outside the number, Brianna Cote is 13th at plus 10. You know what I just realized, Phil? I left my banana and water in the car.
Oh, yeah. You may want to retrieve that banana shortly, just on the basis of. Yeah, oh man, that will be an odor you don't want at about 9 o'clock tonight or 10 o'clock tonight when you get out of here. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, why does it smell like a baked banana in my car?
Oh,
because
man.
there is a baked banana in my car.
I'm going to go work on that after game 3. Nice shot, Missy Parkin.
And Missy, one of the winners of the Tony Reyes Community Service Award with the PBA. She won that in 2015. All the fundraising efforts she did for Baby Reese syndrome and still continues to do to this day. And Brummett not happy at release, and watch the timing just a bit off on the bottom of the swing as Brummett gets the foul line, and it just outright and no chance. The good news for Brummett, though, working on a strike. So she gets all 10 down on this ball. It's no different than leaving that ring 10 and picking it up, as you're only on that solo strike. Another pocket 7-10.
Wow. Well, lane 23 is kind of becoming that lane. We had a pair like that last week in St. Pete.
And Pluhowski now, that ball goes wide. You saw the result of the 3-6-7-9. There you see that ball just hangs left and no chance of that coming back. And you know, the good news for Pluhowski is she's the only one on the left side of the lane this week. The bad news for Pluhowski is she's the only one on the left side of the lane this week.
I talked to her about that a little bit last week. And she said sometimes, and specifically last week, it may have helped to have someone else last week on that side. But there are times where it is beneficial. She can, you know, do what she does and not have to worry about. You know, so it's easier the transition from the knowing what from the lane to lane perspective, and I'm sure still keeping notes, but now it's all right. There's not 3 lefties. I remember there was one event. It might have been the Queens. There were about 4 lefties, which was like, wow, okay. We don't see this all the time.
No, you see a lot more proliferation of left-handers on the PBA and PBA 50 tours as compared to what you see here on the PWBA tour, which is kind of odd because there were some good lefties back in the day. I remember Patty Costello being one of the
Absolutely
best female left-handed bowlers, the late Patty Costello. Of course, Pat Costello, right-handed, was the coach of the University of Central Florida for quite a long time.
She came out to the U.S. Women's Open.
She was, when I received my USBC Silver certification for coaching, Pat Costello was one of my teachers at that particular coaching seminar, yeah.
Well, you should have been in Orlando. She was at the U.S. Women's Open. She came to say hello and then obviously watch Steph.
I wish I would have been there. I got to start getting my resume into Jason Thomas a little more often then, I guess.
I took her photo because Danielle introduced her, certainly, as a Hall of Famer. 2-time Hall of Famer, both PWBA and USBC. And I took her photo, and she came by later and said, hey, no pictures, but I'll sign autographs. She was joking, of course, but was enjoyed. Pat had a lot of time. Spent some time with her just bowling collegiately. I bowled around the same, or during the same years, just about as Steph, so saw Central Florida a lot. It's one thing about bowling, and I'm sure it's like that, of course, in other sports, but you tend to see people you will know once you meet them for the first time or see them for the first time. It won't be the last time you see them, certainly, unless you're Phil and I, who maybe for 30 seconds see one another during the year.
Exactly. Yeah, usually at these events where Extra Frame was there with USBC, such as the Men's US Open and the Masters, yeah, we'd see each other for about 18 seconds each morning, crossing paths where we all did our own thing. But yeah, looking at enough of the faces out here with the PWBA Tour, and bowlers like Missy Parkin and Liz Johnson, Danielle McEwen that we've seen so many times at PBA events that have won. I mean, Missy, the most prolific PBA regional titleist out of the women.
Missy, very early on, obviously, the first to really kind of get going in regards to PBA competition. He talked about her regional titles. First woman to win 3 PBA regionals. Pretty sure that Jen Higgins, for example, I think she has a PBA 300 game.
There's a few. You know what? I'm going to cheat here because I can get at the PBA database through my phone. Because some I remember, because I know with Danielle McEwen, she won a PBA regional in Las Vegas in 2015, and she was also part of the team that won the PBA Team Challenge that year with dead money. But that year, the introductory year of that event, did not award a full PBA Tour title. I've always thought retroactively, because the formats were exactly the same, they should do it, but apparently my petition to Tom Clark, the commissioner, hasn't been read yet. But Diana Zavialova, she won a regional we covered on Extra Frame in Kokomo, Indiana in 2015.
Pretty sure Shannon O'Keefe has won. I could be thinking of a PWBA regional in Texas, I want to say. No, it was a PBA regional. She won the Del Mar Lanes Challenge, the Southwest region in 2010, speaking of Shannon. Of course, Kelly won the Tournament of Champions. Liz Johnson won the Chameleon Championship, the World Series in 2017. Clara has made a PBA TV show on Cheetah. Of course, Liz making multiple shows on the PBA as well. And trouble there. Speaking of missing to the left, here's Jody Wessner. We're starting to see a few more strings this game. In fact, we even have a front six over on lane 28. Wessner now with 5 in a row. Haley Richard, open frame on the bucket attempt. And D-Mac now with a chance to get to 6 in a row as well. See Josie Barnes on the right, good shot. That was lane 27. It's Josie Barnes. She's got the front 7. Nice shot from D-Mac.
Missy Parkins, she won her first regional. She actually won 2 regionals in 2007. In Camarillo, California, and Pacifica, California, 2 of her 3 overall titles. And of course, she in 2012 won the World Bowling Tour Finals for the women.
.25 and 26. Boy, they're coming through. Jasmine, that's got a hook, and it's not. Leaves unmakeable. And they 1-2-7. Wessner up looking for 6 in a row. And Jody, speaking of clutch finishes, the PTQ shot .240 the last game. 6-bagger to get her to the number.
And just inside that number.
Finished 8th by 2 pins. I think she was 42 over.
Yeah, if she wouldn't have received that first hit in the 10th frame, she'd be spectating instead of bowling.
Yep, just 2 pins inside. Richard, Team USA member.
I would love to see how fast she could throw a softball underhanded with that release. I mean,
Haley?
It looks like for Richard just how they windmill. It was out 3/4 of that windmill look, but it just comes up and fast, so through past the head, and so loose and fluid.
Parkett trying to bounce back. DJ's mom. Good shot. Shout out to DJ.
There's a mess for Kluhowski. The big 6 gets 2 on the conversion. And this is starting to look like it could be a long solo week for Shannon out here on the lanes.
Jen Higgins. Eye on the head pin. She can play straight with the best of them as well. Well, I'm starting to hear a few more hand claps, and that generally means success somewhere. Always on the look. Jason and Aaron are keeping an eye on 27 and 28 for us. Could this be the week for Dasha Kovalova? Can she put it all together? The Wichita State's finest as well. And she gets a good break, she'll take it. Josie looks pretty lined up. 8 in a row for Josie Barnes. Much different. Looks like a different ball than what we saw earlier. She left going through the pocket 7-10 4-pin situation when she was on 21 and 22 earlier today. Watch the great shot from Liz Colkin. Well, if you're just joining us, go ahead and keep on joining us because, oh, we got it. Just went past the 1,000 viewer mark here this afternoon. Big thanks to everyone tuning in, whether it's morning still on your particular time zone, if you're in the afternoon, or if you're in the evening, or if you're watching on a completely different day. And what I'm telling you doesn't make sense because I'm still on Friday. You might be on Saturday already. But thank you nonetheless. Appreciate you tuning in. Emil Williams Jr. with Phil Brylow, Aaron Smith, Jason McEwen, Jason Thomas, Kathy Kavicki, Kathy Watka, Tennille Milligan. Our crew this week, Greg Moore is in the building. Getting things all set up in regards to the TV set. Once the pipe and drape goes up, you know it's going down. This will be the look essentially for one more week in regards to the Elite Field events. Next week, Columbus, and then players only, or members only, I should say. Players Championship at the end of August. It'll be in Plano, Texas, Plano Super Bowl. McEwen. Thanks, of course, to BowlerX.com. Sponsorship. Our national sponsors, BowlerX.com, GoBowling.com, Nationwide, Pepsi, and the Cubica AMF. Of course, National Bowling Day is tomorrow, folks. So don't forget, not only watch bowling, but go bowling tomorrow. And then if you're going to watch bowling, obviously be sure to watch us on Bowl TV in the morning. Wow. D-Mac thought that was not going to get close to the 1-3. And not only did it get close, she kicked the 10 out.
And she's going right back to the bag. Try that other piece on the fill ball.
But be sure to watch. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I like my fill balls because an extra frame, we used to say, we have a certified 92.2 percentage of fill balls striking on extra frame. Kind of hoping to bring some of that love over here to Bowl TV.
Josie Barnes about to step up in the 9th frame. And she has the front 9.
Love me from some fill ball striking.
Looked good piece to get to. Definitely read a little earlier. You could see that as it hit the pins. So I'm going to chop the 10 out. I think on this pattern, something that's going to go left may not be too good.
It's going to be a real gradual left. We saw some players yesterday. Towards the end of the round, we saw some players have success with the harder turn on the ball, but they were also much farther to the left in the front part of the lane. Right now, you get the hockey stick look, and we're seeing some all or nothing games out there where you're seeing 8 strikes, a spare, and a couple of opens for a 2-teen or 220, a 2-teen 200 game.
And to be specific, if you're playing outside, if you're playing 5-6s still, the check mark is not what you're looking for. The roll, something that's smooth rolling, that's going to still roll an arc into the 1-3. No designs, you'll take the 10 pin, essentially. The Palmetto States checking in. South Carolina. Thanks, Edward. See if we can get, what do you think, Phil? Can we get over to 27 and 28?
I can make that happen. We'll just stay here on 25 and 6 or 23 and 4 for a minute.
Okay. See Sid the Kid to your left, 22, 4-bagger. We got some, we got some things going on down on the end. Big shot there for Higgins. All right, Phil has set us up. Got a little look at Josie Barnes here.
Just creeping into your picture on the right side of your screen.
Josie Barnes, front 9. First shot, 10th frame.
A little left, it looked like. Oh. Ooh. Found her some hold.
10 back. Good shot. Back over to Higgins. Phil shot. 2-1-3 for Jen Higgins. Jordan Richards are trying to figure some things out on that same pair.
See Wostner on the left side of your picture shooting at that 3, 6, 9, 10. First ball at 10th frame.
Wow, what a spare in the 10th frame.
And especially with the way the outsides have played on this pattern.
You could easily get the 10 pin off.
Exactly.
Or none. Barnes, 11th shot. Dang.
And I like that attitude. Task at hand. She didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge the crowd, just backed off the approach. Keep the mental focus. Don't get yourself fired up. It's not just about the 300 game. It's about every single pin you can get as well. If you can't get, if something happens, make the good shot. Last thing you want is losing 5 pins at the end of any game, let alone a perfect game, and all of a sudden you miss a cut by 3 or 4 pins later on because you rushed yourself because of a situation.
Barnes right now +7. Was in 14th after a couple games. That's going to change. Front 11 for Josie Barnes. Dang, there it is. Josie Barnes with husband Kyle in attendance. Front and center. He's got the cell phone working.
I don't think she exhaled when that ball left her hand until every single pin was down.
Congrats to Josie Barnes, first 300 game of the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. And you saw it live on Bowl TV. Thanks, Phil.
Absolutely.
Phil's good camera work, able to get us a quick a snippet of a perfect game here. That is, let's see, 2 weeks in a row with at least one 300. I guess it technically would be, well, maybe it's 4, technically.
Yeah, you got to count all the, even though you weren't
right.
live streaming.
Right, Verity shot 300 at
USO.
the Lucy. And then,
is there one at the USO?
Pretty sure that was, I feel like Missy Parker shot 300. At the U.S. Women's Open, I'm almost positive.
We'll go with the 4 in a row.
Let's go with 4.
We'll go with your judgment. And that's it for the bowling here in Game 3. Game 4 up next. 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Rolling on. as we enter Game 4. Well into Game 4 here. 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. From Cedar Vale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. I'm Phil Brylow. Emil Williams Jr. here with me, as well as we check out our pairings on 21 and 22. There you see the strike from Verity Crowley, bowling with Danielle Vandermeer, Clara Guerrero, Aaron McCarthy. Take another look at that toss by Crowley. See the bowlers starting to make that migration left. It seems that the bowlers who started farther left earlier today are making bigger jumps than the bowlers that were playing more up the right side, the outside of the lane. We're actually going to cut over to our pair with Liz Culkin on the front 5. Wrap 10 ends that streak. Culkin, Higgins, Parkin, and Jasmine we saw last game on the Bowl TV coverage. And McCarthy stares down that 10-pin, ball hooked earlier than anticipated at going cross lane. About three different emotions from Guerrero on this strike as it went down lane. Like, looks pretty good. Is it going to come high, hold off? Is it going to be there? And knew it was going to be there all the time. Blahowski, Brummett, Restrepo, Pishima. Once again on Bowl TV this game. We saw them in Game 3 on 21 and 22. Just one pair of movement between those games. And if you follow the PWBA Tour often enough, lane movement, not the same every game. They don't simply move one pair, two pairs, or three pairs every game. They mix it up. Some games they'll move a single pair. Some games they'll move 2. Some games they might move 4. Keeps all the bowlers guessing, that way they're not following the same exact players on the cross from game to game, pair to pair. Jasmine came out of the pre-tournament qualifier yesterday. Jasmine, one of those players, will bowl whatever, whenever she possibly can. And Jasmine with the PWBA regional title, won that in 2016 in Dubuque, Iowa, at the Cherry Lanes inside the Diamond Joe Casino. Very unique bowling center. Tournament was contested on the 24 lanes of the bowling center, and they have a special boutique bay, 4 lanes, where the championship finals were held. And she beat Liz Johnson in a 3-game total pin match to take that title.
Yeah, listen to her tell that story. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, she was a
a tour player, but she was really starting to become a tour player. And to listen to her describe how she beat Liz is just hilarious. Clara's style has become one that you can kind of put in that timeless category. She's got that silhouette where you know that Clara's approach. Oh, that's Clara Bowling.
DZ's kind of that same way, where after a few years now, it's like, oh, I recognize the silhouette. This Culkin trying to make a big move here after the front 5. Wrap 10 on this lane last attempt, and she followed up with a strike.
It's interesting how Liz has become. And it's not that she's even become anything. I think she's gotten back to being Liz Culkin. And she talked about it a little bit. Bold Fearless story that aired. Great piece in Bowler's Journal about her. But she mentioned last week she started to take things for granted after that early win, the early success in 2015, and got away from some of the things that made her good. You know, the amount of time that she spent at the practice lanes and different things like that. And you know, she learned, obviously, not going to be successful on this tour, you know, by doing the things that, stopped doing the things that got her there. And she got back to doing that.
It's easy for young people coming out of college. They've kind of, especially collegiate bowlers, have kind of been in the bowling bubble for a few years. You know, a lot of places for colleges, go and practice whenever you want. You don't have to you're done studying for exams, you're done getting your homework done. I'm going to go fire off a few games. Easy to have it again to, and then you get out of college, and all of a sudden the reality of life slapping you in the face and needing to get a paycheck, and you don't have that scholarship, taking you to the dining hall anymore, and all that other stuff, and all of a sudden life gets in the way, and the practice doesn't get as much as it used to be in the past, and the rededication one needs to stay out here and keep getting the chance to win championships, let alone winning them. It's a tough adjustment. We see players like Liz Culkin that can do it, and you've seen some players on the PBA tour and that haven't made that adjustment yet. They're still out there, they're still fighting, but they're not finding the success they found back in the college days, and it's not just on the lanes either.
And generally, it takes some amount of time. We talked about last night on the road in our episode, and be sure to check that out, folks, on Bowl TV, and I believe it's on PWBA Facebook page. Nonetheless, it's very rare to just kind of come out and see a young player have immediate success, and then even rarer sometimes to have them be able to sustain it, kind of those first couple years as they're still young and get used to what they need to get used to, the tour life, the grind, the travel, and all of that kind of stuff. And you see Clara again.
That ball just loses a little too much energy at the end.
But Jordan Richard and Sydney Brummett, for example, two players who have really had some success so far to this point. Obviously, Jordan with the win and has made another show, of course, last week, so with a little bit more success in comparison. But, we talked about last night, so he's got still a great chance to win Rookie of the Year, right? For example, as well. There's Culkin off striking again on 26. It's it's been fun to watch her bowl the last couple weeks. She's dialed in. She looks comfortable, looks confident, and she's having fun out there too. And I think that sometimes goes under the radar a little bit.
And one thing these young players, doesn't matter what the sport either, you need to deal with the ups and downs. They're going to happen no matter what. I like to use as a reference from the PBA Tour, A.J. Johnson. You're in college, you're a senior, you finish second at the USBC Masters, you hit some bumps in the road coming out of college, you win some regional titles, and then you can't get the success you're looking for on the PBA Tour, and all of a sudden, the doubters and the keyboard jockeys start making chatter, and you have to work past that. And the players on the tour can see what's going on. They know what's going on. If A.J. Johnson would have been that much of an issue, Silver Lake Adams splitters and Mark Baker wouldn't have picked A.J. Johnson to be on that PBA League team. Guess who was pretty key to making that team take home that Elias Cup this year? A.J. Johnson. Ooh. New idea. Can I pass this to Neil?
Well,
PWBA League? PWBA League?
I've been talking about it in my head for a very long time.
Oh,
that'd be fantastic.
I think that'd be even a PWBA team challenge.
I'm not even sure no one would say no to that.
That could be interesting. Get some of the legends. You get Liz Johnson to be like Norm, be the player manager of a team. Get some of the legends like Pat Costello or.
Yeah, I mean, there's we've had a few Hall of Famers come through a couple of events the last few years. Now that the tour has been back, so if we're in a particular area, Michelle Feldman even came through either 2016 or 2017 in Rochester. Stop by to take a little bit of PWA in and see what's going down, and essentially this era, if you will.
So Lucy Sandlin was in the PTQ in
Lucy Bowl last week.
Pete. She's one we've run into a few times down in Florida during the PBA 50 events.
Verity.
Take that, 10-pin. You fool. Try to stand in front of the power that is Verity Crowley.
Nice work, Phil. $2.
Had to bust one of those. It felt a little reserved up to this point. Had to bust one of those out right there.
I tell you, man, whenever you feel the need. I told you earlier, I tend to get a little random when I'm on. So the viewers, most of them kind of know it by now. I told you I'll drop a tune in every now and then, and tell a quick but random story every now and then as well. Here's Colkin. Just sometimes you just shrug the shoulder and you go, there's not much else to say.
Yeah. Right now for Culkin, hey, just throw two more, get 279. You only have 12 more games to worry about. So.
Well, her thing is she said, what was wrong, what the deal was, the things she got away from, she got back to doing it, and this is the result. And it's like, okay. And then that in turn helps someone else, which is why Bowl Fearless is important for us as a tour, and for the players to be able to tell that kind of story that can help someone else. Some viewer who's watching right now, hey, don't get away from what you were good at or what got you to where you were. Obviously barring situations and things happen all the time that do take away from your time as a whole. That's a good one. All right, 10-pin there for Liz. She'll be in the 260s. After that 300 game, let's go over the results. Phil, I was out retrieving my warm banana that I did intake.
I did not get over results, unfortunately.
Wow. Rocio might be the first player to leak one right. It is game 4. So there's been some balls thrown in that area of the lane, but she might be the first player that has been able to get a ball back from that spot. Well, no surprise, but Josie Barnes catapulted herself into the lead at +107, shooting 300 in game 3. Liz Colkin is second at +104, but she just added 268 to her game. And someone in the chat mentioned it at the end of her 248 game that, well, here comes Liz Colkin. She's on that run, if you will.
I don't know if that was necessarily just a leak right there for Restrepo, because wasn't much farther left, but great finish with the last 7 for 248.
Rose, another player, talked to her. She's feeling good. She feels strong. She able to fix some things during the break. That's one thing that has been a common theme as we watch Verity Crawley. Looks pretty similar to what she did all of last week in St. Petersburg during the week. But Rocio taking care of business again during the break physically in regards to getting her game sharp, right? She wasn't feeling right. And so we talked about Diana has mentioned how she spent her break, you know, kind of going full board and making a physical game change with the footwork. And that has resulted into a win off the bat for her. So players really did utilize the break in some positive ways.
As a great man from this area once said, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to deal with this thing called life.
It's not going away.
That's right.
It is. It remains all of the many challenges that it faces.
And one thing bowling will do is, on occasion, make you crazy.
Crawley. Whoa.
The fill ball area check. Well, we'll give her a fill ball area check.
That disrupted your percentage.
Yes, it did. Brings it down. 92.1. 763. I'll take it down to the 10,000s if I have to.
Speaking of 92, big thanks to KQRS 92 for coming out last night. Local radio station. Hung out, took some a lot of photos, shared on their social media. We shared a little bit as well. So big thanks to them for coming out and seeing what the PWBA is all about.
It's amazing when local media sometimes get the first taste of a tour, whether it's the PWBA, PBA, PBA 50. We had a radio station in Long Island come out a couple of years ago. And the gentleman was just kind of in awe of what he saw, and then he stayed for the step. We came back for the step ladder a couple nights later, and Pete Weber was part of the step ladder, and he was asking Pete a couple of questions after it was done, and Pete goes, "Why don't you come and bowl a game with me?" Who'd have thought that
Really?
Pete Weber, after winning a tournament, hey, why don't you come out and bowl a game with me? And he gave the guy a couple quick tips, and yeah, you guarantee that gentleman was talking about on the radio station the next morning.
Shot there from Vandermeer to end game 4. And as we end game 4, again, the look at the standings here, Josie Barnes at plus 107, the leader. Liz Culkin second. This is after 3 games. Second at plus 104. Peter Poplar third at plus 89. Jody Westner fourth, plus 87. Liz Johnson was fifth at plus 84. Rocio Restrepo sixth at plus 74. Clara Guerrero seventh at plus 73. Asha Kovalova 8th at plus 69. Missy Parkin 9th at plus 64. Danielle McEwen 10th at plus 57. Lindsay Boomershine 11th at plus 46. And Alicia Kern 12th at plus 36. Stephanie Johnson again after 3 games was plus 17, just outside the number, as Shannon O'Keefe on the board early on 25 and 26. O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Sandra Gongora, and Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. Speaking of Katie Ann, we saw her earlier. She's gone 191, 230, 195, plus 16, and was 14th after 3 games. Here is Gongora. Phil, I'll ask you, Sandra, with one of the best physical games, without a doubt, on tour. What stands out to you about her?
Just the base. She gets to that foul line, and she can just hold that base for 6 to 8 days if she had to. It doesn't move. It's rock solid, and that's where she gets all that leverage on the bottom of the swing from. There's no wasted movement from the waist down. I mean, one thing that people are new to the sport, they think that they have to generate all the ball speed You see them try to swing the ball really hard, really far back and everything, and they don't realize that all your power comes from your legs and how solid of a base you have once you get to the foul line. And there's different ways to have that base. You know, you have players that get to the foul line and simply just plant, like Michael Hogan Jr. on the PBA 50 Tour. Then we had Marshall Holman back in the day. He had one of the longest slides ever, but he still had a solid base. And when that ball came off his hand, it came off with ease and just tore through those pins. Now you look at Stephanie Johnson too. Stephanie Johnson in a lot of cases just watch that. It's just repeat, land. Same thing with Shannon O'Keefe. That left leg just stays firm all the way through. Trail leg swings out of the way, nice and relaxed so the ball can clear the hip. And it's something that a lot of players new to the game, they shouldn't try to throw it like an EJ Tackett or even a DZ. You know, throw it like a Stephanie Johnson, throw it like a Shannon O'Keefe. They've done quite well for themselves throwing it that way. And then, you know, if you want to work on getting additional revolutions, additional power in your game, take it from there, but get the good solid base first.
Let's talk about the fundamentals, and those, if you've done them correctly, never go away. And so you always have that base that you talked about to go back to fall back on in a sense, and to build from as well. K squared off and running. Kelly Kilik.
And once again, Sandham getting down in this area of the bowling center and finding some issues with the slide soles.
Yeah, from the physical game perspective, Phil, these players, and obviously you get a chance to go both PBA, PBA 50, and you get a chance to talk about, as you watch the Hall of Famer, Lance Johnson, talk about timeless styles. Hasn't changed in many years.
You just look at the slide foot. You look at the left foot, it gets to the foul line. Once the ball's passed, that ball, you see no twisting of the ankle, no movement in the ankle, no movement of the heel going back and forth. Like you see with a lot of players when their timing is off or they try to do too much with getting to the foul line. It's rock solid. It doesn't wiggle.
The fitness portion obviously plays a key part in how good the players are in that respect, and keeping themselves in shape. Good break there for O'Keefe. Here's DZ. But keeping themselves in shape, and you get a chance to see players like Amleto, Ron Moore, their fitness regimens. Diana, Shannon O'Keefe. We talk about many of their fitness regimens and how they take care of business in the gym.
Yeah, and once again, you see right there for DZ, that foot doesn't wiggle. And that's really the big key, getting that leverage at the bottom of the shot and having that swing come through consistently. I was actually proud one day, the summer swing, when I got to the exercise room, because I've been trying to walk more. Obviously, we were at,
Absolutely.
You
don't have to tell me.
5,000 steps, trying to get 5,000 steps in 45 minutes at the hotel once we're done. Good thing. And I actually had to round off, and I actually beat Ron Moore to the treadmill. Beat Ron Moore to a treadmill after a round, and it was pretty
like
good.
The tournament.
So, of course, I was done on the treadmill well before Ron Moore was done on the treadmill, but still beat him to it.
Well, I'll tell you, get out of there at 5 and 7. I'll tell you, I came in this season with a plan, and I said, probably not going to go to the gym outside of, the hotel every stop, right? So why not just try to utilize your hotel room and do what you can there, maybe go down to the hotel fitness center.
That is the Ron Moore way, with the push-ups and sit-ups right in the hotel room.
The only difference is that I've done nothing. But I did go to the hotel fitness center, and And I don't remember what stop it was, but I made it one.
One thing I've done is when I get to the airport, I just continuously walk. I get through security and I just walk. I got my backpack on me, extra weight, and I just walk as much as I can before I have to get on that plane. Of course, some days you get to do a little more walking than others when flights are delayed and bags are lost. And well, something that was lost on this shot was room right for DZ as she gets that one a little left, and watch that thing, the last 5 feet, just go zing. And she got half.
Here's Boomer Shine. Good shot. Players starting to get left. But there's some players who tend to migrate left a little earlier than others. Alvarez, that was about 14-ish, 13 at the arrows.
Yeah, we saw her out earlier today, 5'6".
Oh my goodness gracious. What a 9-pin. Just off camera from Sandra Gongora. Steph J, she popped up as well.
Good thing we were using the Petraglia scoring system, because DZ right there gets a 6-7-10 out of a Greek church, and she still have to shoot a 4-9. that could have easily been a 4 on the Petraglia scoring system. Now I gotta remember who won that women's event that they used that scoring system at. I'm thinking Carolyn Doran Ballard, but I don't think I'm right. I gotta look now. It's gonna bother me. I'm used to that move on the guys tour, but they have pants, so you only see ankles. I'm not used to seeing a little extra thigh from Double K as the shorts are hiked up a bit for that break.
Kelly's going to give you whatever she's feeling after a shot. She's good at that, keeping us in some ways certainly entertained, keeping an eye on what she's doing, and then the fans able to stay into it as well. Oh, what a shot there from O'Keefe. See Katie Sopp in a minute. All players in the field currently, minimum $1,200 they will take home. Elite field, you are part of the elite field, which was one of the intents there. You get a chance to make a minimum. Same thing, of course, if you advance from the PTQ. Entering for $100. If you make the field, your minimum then becomes $1,200. With an opportunity to advance, obviously, to hopefully vie for the title and $10,000 prize check.
I think we might see DZ changing balls where you're getting that reaction where all of a sudden you get the Greek church when you go a little high and a real weak 10 on that second shot. I was right. CDB won the one time we saw the Petraglia scoring system used in a women's series showdown event.
All right, Boomershine got a little area maybe to deal with, to have over on 21 and 22. Here's Kilik looking for 4 in a row. And she's able to kick the 10. See her say to herself as she was stepping off the approach, good move.
And interesting because in that PBA Women's Series Showdown that used that Petraglia scoring system, Stephanie Nation, now Stephanie Johnson, finished third in that event. Lost by 2 points. Had to throw 2 more balls to knock down all the pins in the frame. And Jody Wassner was second in that event. Gee, that makes life fair. As Liz Johnson, oh, let's say it, got a bad break. Hip and 5 just go right in front. A lot of times you hear the bowlers, they know it's either not the right ball or they just didn't get all of it at the bottom of the race. Hey, let's almost get another one there from Olivia Sandham.
All right, Katie Ann Schroeder doing work. Front 6 over on 25 and 26. Well, Steph's made a move. All right, let's check our scores here. Did I find the right tab? Are you a tab guy, Phil, before I get into this? Like, are you a multi-tab guy on your...
I usually try to go no more than 6 tabs at a time.
No more
if
than
I
6.
If I go 6 tabs, then I'll actually open a second window.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise, yeah, I start getting tab lost, especially because a lot of tabs get labeled the same way.
Yeah, I'm a tab
especially
lost
on especially on bowling websites. Also, you see you have a tab that just says PBA and like one next letter. You go, okay, what was I looking at on that page? Was I looking at spare shots, or was I looking at standings, or was I looking at stats? Yeah, it gets a little too much on occasion.
Get a peek at Katie Ann Schroeder. Front 6. She'll step up momentarily. Alvarez, she struggled today.
And when she's been leaving things, it's a lot of 4-pins we've been seeing.
All right, Katie Ann Schroeder on lane 26, front 6. Wow, nice shot. Talked about it yesterday. PTQ again. And even this morning, if she seems like if she can get a little left and be able to give the pocket away, give the 1-3 away just enough to get her angle correct, the correct way that she would like, she can put up some numbers. This could be that game, that turning point game here. Turning point game for Liz Colkin was game number 4, which put her in the lead after shooting 268 plus 172. For the last 3 events that we've done, well, this I should say the U.S. Women's Open, St. Pete this week, Liz Colkin has led at some point during the event. Rocio Restrepo is second at plus 122. You get Poplar plus 107. Jurgen made a show last year. Might be her week. And of course, just as I say her name, that happens.
I almost didn't switch there. I was going to switch right over to DZ here.
It's
I'm
your
like,
fault.
no. It's all on me. I will take full blame for that one.
Josie Barnes, 4th at plus 103. Clara Guerrero, 5th at plus 98. Alicia Kern, 6th at plus 95. Lindsay Boomershine, 7th at plus 81. Dasha Kovalova is 8th at plus 71. Liz Johnson is 9th at plus 69. Missy Parkin is 10th at plus 66. Verity Crawley, 11th at plus 41. And Brianna Cote is 12th at plus 40. Danielle McEwen is 13th currently at plus 37. Jody Wessner, 14th at plus 36. Shannon O'Keefe is 15th at plus 33. Steph J is 19th, or excuse me, 16th as Kilik gets the 10 out again at plus 19. Aaron McCarthy 17th at plus 15. Haley Richard 18th at plus 7. Kelly Kilik, who we are watching, is tied for 19th at minus 4. A lot of 190, 180 type games on the scoreboard in the score columns for many players.
And those are not bad games to have at this point. Stay patient, get the pair or two, you can get the 230, 240, 250 off of. Wow, as Agora misses the 2-pin to the right. Pardon me, to the left, she pulled that across her body.
Those same games, the 190s, actually I should say 170, but the 180s at the same time, the benefit from other players like Liz Colkin, when you can pop a couple of 240s, you know, that immediately sends you to the top of the leaderboard. All right, Sop Schroeder looking for 8 in a row.
It's a hair right, get back. Oh, she kicked the 10. And the locals are getting a little loud now in their support. Katie and Sop Schroeder. See if Alvarez makes the move off of back-to-back single pins. That's got a hold pocket. Yep, that was trouble the whole way. She doesn't seem as fluid as she did yesterday during the PTQ. Just fighting herself a little bit. And some days it's not having the right ball in your hand. Some days it's having the right mindset and the right attitude, the right everything coming together in your brain. If something doesn't feel right, you transfer that thought into your muscles, things will tighten up.
Spin action from DZ. LJ looks left. Oh, it just doesn't look all the way comfortable yet.
Yeah. And it's, you know, you start to try to analyze how the lanes are changing. And she threw 2 good balls to start the game, and all of a sudden, next one jumps high a bit. Still strike. Now you're fighting a couple of 9 counts. You just got to keep that attitude going. That 190 or 2-0 isn't a bad game on 21 and 22. If I get over to 25 and 26, I've seen that pair is hot. I've seen some good games on that pair. Once I get there, that'll be my time. I just can't lose any pins while I'm here.
O'Keefe first here in the 9th. Two-pin for Shannon. That maybe a hair quick. Called the spot down lane. Alvarez. And finally 10 pins back for her.
Yeah,
even a late 10 pin.
The mental mistake on the 4-7 previous frame. Hung the ball out to the right. As soon as the ball got to the arrow, she turned around. She knew she had no chance of getting them both. Barely hit the right side of the 4-pin.
Sop Schroeder from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. That was a no-doubter. Front 9 for Katie. Kilik. Zabyalova, 4 in a row, over on 21. Jason McEwen getting into position. Already won 300 today. Here comes Kelly Kilik. Looking fierce, she's into it. Trying to make a major move here. Aaron Smith let us know Dasha Kovalova had the front 8 on the low end and 8 count in the 9th frame. So starting to see some resemblance of what we saw a little bit last week. If you're just joining us, you're watching game number 5 of 8 here at the 2018 BowlerX.com. Lindsay gave it a run. BowlerX.com, PWBA Twin Cities Open. We're live from Cedarville Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. This is the round of 32. My name is Emil Williams Jr. To my right, although you can't see him, it's Phil Brilo. I guarantee you he's sitting to my right.
I am directly next door.
We are, Phil mentioned it earlier, we're in the bleachers. One of the cool things about what we do sometimes, Phil mentioned a little bit earlier, sometimes the locations generally are never the same in the bowling center wherever we go, week to week, center to center, etc. So this week we're in the bleachers. All of the concourse space is essentially kind of taken up. We've got we're able to utilize the counter space. But where there'd normally be tables and chairs in the vicinity, all of those areas are filled with 1, 2, 3, 4 row bleachers. And so, of course, we get the bottom row. We get to hang out, chill, bring you the action. The only thing I'm a little bit, not upset, certainly, but if they had told me ahead of time, Brent would have told me, I should have called him. I would have grabbed some seat cushions for us.
Oh, no doubt about it. I've been standing up about every 5 or 6 frames. Yeah, the aluminum on the backside is not really good for comfort, especially at the advanced age some of us might be here in the booth.
I've sat on plenty of bleachers in my day, and not from playing, by, of course, watching, being a fan, but I've also caught a lot of high school games. Football, basketball, and baseball from the bleachers. And so I learned very early, and I'm also impressed when we go and watch collegiate events, and in any event that there are bleachers, that the enhancements of the technology that bleacher seats now have. It's amazing. Sop Schroeder from White Bear Lake, Minnesota, stepping up here, front 9, lane 25. Push, push.
You know, it's an interesting quote. I went back and looked at a
Nice run.
press release from the 2017 USBC Women's Championships in Baton Rouge, and Sop Schroeder had it early in the event, took over the singles lead there, and it was right before the Queens had bowled. She goes, "We chose to come right before Queens since all the great players are bowling. When you compete in this environment, you compete to the level of people around you." And it's things like that that have now gotten to the point where she's come to the PTQ, and she's gotten her way through that, the only amateur to do so this week, and trying to give it a great run here in qualifying. So once again, for those new to the sport, sometimes you got to get your tail kicked to get yourself better, and Sop Schroeder knew that going in. She knew her score probably wasn't going to hold up for that tournament championship, but she knew it was going to make her a better bowler overall.
She's going to finish it out here. Maybe bounce a pin or two along the way. Nice run there for Katie, but nonetheless, she'll take 263. And after being minus 12 after 4. She's, of course, going to move into plus numbers and give herself a decent chance. Obviously, still plenty of games left, but she'll be closer to the number at this point. And it looks like, I think that shot was just a touch inside, but it looks like overall, looks to be comfortable in the lane, so maybe she can put together a nice block to end the block, I should say, a nice run to end things here in round number 1.
Yeah, you definitely can't win the tournament in the first round, but you can definitely set yourself up to lose it by making some bad mental choices and questionable lane play.
By the way, Katie, the White Bear Lake is, according to Google Maps, 33 minutes away. And with that look, well, not sure what else I can do this game, so go ahead and get it done and move on here as we watch Stephanie Johnson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me just go right into it and thank the good folks here at Cedarville Lanes, specifically my guy Craig, who was listening to us talk about bleachers.
While he's back on the machines, he's got an earpiece in, making sure everything's running super smooth here.
And he came out and brought us some seat cushions.
That's a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Cedarville Lanes. Thank you, Craig. Thanks, Brent. That right there, folks, tells you all you need to know about the type of staff that works here at Cedarville Lanes. You've got a friend for life. I'm coming back.
I may have to stop every time I'm in the Minneapolis area. I may have to stop and have a little food, have a beverage.
I'm gonna be just quite honest. I was like I was just this is fantastic. No, seriously, thanks. Thank you very much.
See, people think it's kind of odd because I do the same thing when I'm driving through the Chicago area, and I've driven past Olympia Lanes now 4 times since we were there earlier this month for the PBA 50 stop, and they have the best sub sandwiches there. I don't know what they do with the dressings and everything, but it's phenomenal.
Where is it at?
Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana.
Oh, in the bowling alley?
center.
I don't think I've ever had a sandwich from there.
And I've stopped twice of the 4 times I've driven by.
Oh, Pamela, excuse me.
Just to get a sub sandwich to eat on the road. It's like one of those things where you know, the center treats you so great when you're there, and you make the detour last year I made the detour to Wayne Webb's Columbus Bowl when I was on my way between extra frame stops, and went a couple hours out of my way just to say hi to Wayne and Elaine and Tom and Linda Carter, the pro shop owners there, and you get the special bond with some of these centers and their owners and the staff.
Johnson with a special bond as well with lane 22 finishing strong. Fell on the washout. I'm about to go to Olympia next time I'm home and try the sandwich specifically. I've never tried one.
Get the Olympia, get the King, because you eat about half of it. It's so big, and then you take the other half home with you, or share it with your wife.
No, that's a different story. I don't share food, Phil. But I'm much better at it now.
I feel bad because this trip, because I was flying and I wasn't home for very long, my wife didn't get a chance to bake anything for you guys at USBC. Next time I'm here at Bowl TV, I'll make sure that she bakes some stuff.
Could have got seat cushions.
Ask anybody on the extra frame on flow bowling staff about Mrs. Phil's cookies.
I will do that.
It's
I got to be honest though,
famous.
And I haven't had anything.
Yeah.
As we watch Beer finish things out, we're struggling a little bit here. But Mrs. Brummett, Sydney's mom, always brings some goodies when she's in town. She brought some this week. Best snickerdoodle.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe I've ever had.
There you go.
But I'm looking forward to your wife's great cooking here.
You know, if you run into somebody at an event from the PBA Tour, Sean Rash's mom, Diana. Good stuff she bakes. Phenomenal stuff. And congrats to Sean and his lovely wife with brand new baby girl. Born on, I believe, Wednesday. I was in travel. So, Kaylee's got a little sister for the Rash family, Sean and Sarah.
Indeed, congrats. Awesome addition. The family of 3 now to 4. All right, Birgit shoots 162, and game 6 is coming up next. Phil and I will continue to bask in the joy of our newfound seat cushions.
I'm going to go look for Mrs. Brummett some of the cookies. I'm willing to pay right now for some good home baking.
Danielle McEwen is off and running on 21 and 22. She'll be joined by Dasha Kovalova, Jody Wessner, and Haley Richard. On 23 and 24, we'll have Josie Barnes, who shot 300 earlier, Brianna Cote, Jordan Richard, and Alicia Kern. And Lindsay Boomershine, Liz Johnson, Diana Zavgalova, and Olivia Sandham. They move from 21-22 to 25 and 26.
That is the one thing that I do really like about this elite field, the elite format, is that here on Bowl TV, you're getting to see these groups 2 or 3 times, at least 3 times in a block. And you get to see at the different points with the lane movement how differently they're playing the lanes, what they've done to start to finish. And you know, even if you don't notice it all live while it's going on, you go back in, watch the archives on Bowl TV, and oh, well, Liz started here, and by the time she was to game 7 or 8, she was way in here. And just kind of play along with how the players are adjusting on the lanes.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. It looks like there could be a battle for the best cookie.
Really?
Apparently so. Tim Pfeiffer checking it. Shout out to Tim. He said that how can there be any discussion of snacks without talking about Mama Vi's cookies, which I assume to be Chris Vi's mother.
No, I've never, you know what? Tim passed a message along for me to Chris Vi, to his mom, when we're in Coldwater in a couple of weeks. I mean, it's not that far of a trip for Chris. So Chris Vi better have some of Mrs. Vi's cookies there then. I'll be looking forward to that in Coldwater.
just for the record, I have no troubles sampling anyone's cookie. However, which is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm one of those rare individuals that doesn't like chocolate that much.
Okay.
And it's not that I don't like it, but it tends to give me headaches, so I try to stay away from it. So, yeah, Snickers, anything that's basically not chocolate, I'll take care
A good peanut butter cookie?
of. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, sometimes the best stuff is simple. Good
I'm an
peanut
oatmeal
butter
raisin,
cookie.
too, guy.
Oh, there you go. That and a big glass of 2%.
Finally, also in the chat room, again, thanks everyone for tuning in.
Welcome to Bowling and Baking.
Indeed.
With Ian $2.
I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead and actually
It's not quite Martha Stewart and
let's
Snoop
put
Dogg.
that down. Oh, well,
Have you watched that show, by the way?
I've seen a couple of episodes. It is.
That is some entertainment right there.
It is quality comedy. Tell you what, Phil. It's game 6. Players are starting to move left, and the strikes are starting to come a little bit as well. Oh, nice job by Dasha Kovalova. 4-9 executed perfectly on 22. Tough spare for Cote, but makes it look easy.
I think the pattern's to the point now where they've busted up the mid lanes enough where they can be a little more assured of balls getting thrown to the right. Oh.
Yikes. Someone briefly asked about, I'll tell you about it in 1 second. 4-9 coming up. Watch where Jordan Richards playing. She looked a little further right on this lane. She looked to be about, 22-ish on the left lane.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. We've seen a lot of the players playing 23 tighter. Same thing with 25. They're playing that lane a bit tighter as well. So once again, even though it's a new installation here at Cedar Vale Lanes, but it'd be interesting to see, because a lot of times when centers convert from wood to synthetic, a lot of the characteristics that used to be there didn't change. And sometimes it's the concrete poured underneath the lanes built up with the cribbing, as we get another look at the great conversion by Danielle.
And it's 2 of those on that pair of lanes. Back to back, actually. I'll be sure to mark that down for the spare montage. A live stream highlight clip we'll create hopefully at the end of this season. One quick random story before we get into some results. Someone asked about am I back to eating steaks yet? And so Phil obviously got to get Phil up to speed. Right after the U.S. Women's Open, just said, hey, I'm just not going to eat beef or pork for a week.
Okay.
And I made it 2 weeks, and then you just kind of see how long you can go, right? Nice shot. That's when you know Liz is kind of like, okay, I'm a little upset. And she gives it the get down, like all 10 back with both hands. Yikes. But nonetheless, so I'm good. I'm conscious of it, making sure menu choice is proper. So yesterday, and this is a credit to Cedarville Lanes and their great food in the restaurant. I got a chicken wrap. Oh, not yesterday. Wednesday. Came in early to set up, got lunch. Chicken wrap was fantastic, but I was still hungry. So I said, okay, let me look at the menu again. Look at the menu. First thing I see is chili. I didn't want an entree, just wanted something small. I'm like, no, can't have chili. Generally would have beef in it, right?
Exactly.
It also said seasonal on the menu, something like they probably don't even have it anyway. So then I asked what type of soup they had. Told me the choices, and then she said, we also have chili. And so, of course, I wanted the chili initially. So without even thinking, I said, oh, yeah, I'll take the chili.
The reaction just takes over.
Absolutely. And then literally with 3 spoons left of the chili, I look at Aaron Smith, and I go, I just ate beef. And we called it. I said, but it was okay. It was accidental. It wasn't intentional. It was accidental beef. And so I had beef. And then, of course, later that night we went to an arcade type restaurant where the dish of choice was hot dogs. It's what they specialized in, and I couldn't go to a place
There's your beef, there's your pork, all in one.
without that specialized in hot dogs without getting a hot dog. And they had a Second City hot dog, which of course is a
that's
Chicago
a beautiful
dog.
thing.
You know I had to check that out.
Absolutely.
So that day was just
They had the
I've erased Wednesday
they had
from
the
my
peppers
memory.
for it too?
They of course they did.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing.
Of course they did. Shout out to Matt McNeil for that suggestion on the place. Got to catch up with him as well.
You know, sometimes it's the little things on the road that make it a little better when we're not at home with our loved ones and families. And fortunately for me, in a lot of cases, it's food.
All right, one last food item, because Brian McLean is right. Shanice, he mentioned my wife. I better say something about her cookies. But, man, another 7-10. However, Shanice's mother, arguably, she does have the greatest cookie. So I'm going with my mother-in-law on that, on the cookie train. And I'll be happy to share one or two with y'all just to so you know I'm not joking. Nice shot, Phil.
Thank you.
Way to get us on the food situation, because now I'm thinking about lunch.
That's right.
All right, folks. Welcome to Bull TV. I told you
I don't mind a good tangent during qualifying.
sometimes you get away just on a quick story. It's important, I think. It also allows the viewers to kind of go inside the mind of us in a sense. We're personable. Wow. Cote just said she's left 5 7-10s today.
See, this is Christmas cookies at my in-laws, and that's just a few of the various things that.
Phil's showing me pictures of cookies now. You're making it worse, bro.
My wife sent the care package to us at the World Series in Reno a couple of years ago, where she literally 2 medium-sized boxes of the from the post office of express mail, 2 of the medium-sized boxes, sent them out for all of the PBA staff to enjoy, to get us through 2 weeks. And you need something to get you through 2 weeks in Reno. Oh, and Sandham again having issues with the footwork, and another foul on the scoreboard. And that one was on a spare, so that's some real damage.
All right, top 12 after 5 games. Liz Culkin is leading the way at plus 200. Lucia Restrepo second now at plus 161. Here's Jody Wessner. Wessner plus 35.
That ball looked like it used too much energy when it made the turn and just had nothing coming back. That's that fine line the ladies are riding right now with, if you try using something aggressive to the right, you hit the dry too soon if it's opened up, and then it just burns and stops. So you try moving left, and all of a sudden you hit it and you hydroplane. So getting the right piece in the hand with the right angle is really key at this moment.
Big spare for Sandham, by the way. Took care of business in the 4th frame. In 3rd place, Dasha Kovalova at plus 123. Alicia Kern again took care of business. She won the PTQ, led the PTQ, I should say. She is 4th at plus 119. Josie Barnes is 5th at plus 104. Lindsay Boomershine is 6th at plus 96. Liz Johnson is 7th at plus 86. Clara Guerrero 8th at plus 81. Brianna Cote 9th at plus 73. Danielle McEwen 10th at plus 72. Beauty Get Popular 11th at plus 69. Missy Parkin is 12th now at plus 61.
You just mentioned Poplar. Poplar front 4 over on 27 and 28. So trying to get herself a little more secure inside that top dozen.
Liz Culkin is very similarly doing what she did last week, where she led round 1, and then of course by the time the round was over, she was in a really good spot, of course, in relation to 12th. And so, you know, very early on, obviously putting herself in the best position to advance to tomorrow's round of 12. A shot from Jordan Richard. Erin McCarthy is 13th at plus 59. Verity Crawley 14th at plus 57. And Katie Ann Saab-Schroeder 15th at plus 51. That 263 has moved Katie into 15th and now just 10 pins back of the top 12. Shannon O'Keefe is plus 39. Now out of Shiloh, Illinois. Jody Wessner 17th at plus 35. Look at Dasha Kovalova. Dasha from the Ukraine has excellent drawing skills.
Really?
Excellent drawing skills. She could draw you in like 30 seconds. And I'm not saying that she's going to put together a masterpiece in that time, but she can literally, draw you and, give her like a sign, PWBA TV sign or PBA TV sign where, fans can have. Give her one of those, give her 3 minutes, and she'll have you done.
Wow.
She did it last week, actually, at the during the Fan Fest, in between the end of round 12 and during the TV show.
There's a gentleman I've gotten to know thanks to Marshall Holman. His name's Sam Villarreal, and he's done a lot of caricatures of PBA players, PBA members, and yeah, it's just amazing the talent that somebody can have to, take your likeness and then kind of twist it a little bit, still have it look like you, and really have your personality come out. I'm sure Kovalova probably finds it as a stress reliever too. I would bet something to take the brain away from the thoughts of bowling day in and day out.
You got some multi-talented players, many of whom obviously used to play various sports as well before kind of focusing on bowling. Talked about the many who double in regards to other professions, such as nursing, for example, like Erin McCarthy. Talked about coaching, teaching, accountants, in the financials. Powerful shot there from Dasha.
Another look here and just lets that upper body come up just slightly as the ball comes through.
Well, we could have some different names that we may, some different faces that we might see as we move forward to tomorrow's round of 12. Obviously, plenty of games left, but I'm thinking that Katie Ann's going to give herself enough opportunity to make the top 12. You start thinking about who could be on the show potentially. People we haven't seen so far. Birgit Poplar, for example. I haven't seen Birgit in regards to television. She hadn't made a stepladder final this season. Alicia Kern. You know the fun fact about Alicia Kern, Phil?
No.
Alicia Kern is the one of the first. I'll get it to you 1 second. Fun fact about Jody Wessner too, she trips the 4, but one fun fact at a time. As McEwen handles the 4-pin. Alicia Kern won the first standard event of the relaunched PWBA Tour. She won the Storm Sacramento Open back in 2015. It was the first official standard event. The first event of the season was the Queens that year, and then the first standard event was in Sacramento. Alicia started her career at Fairleigh Dickinson, ended it at Wichita State. It's got some trouble to deal with there in frame number 6. That was her collegiate career we were speaking of. Danielle McEwen has left another 4-9, this time on the right lane. Olivia Sandham has just been taking care of business on the spare shooting.
And that was a 6-7-10 for Sandham.
That's an interesting stat line she's got going.
6 spares, one of those being a foul spare for Sandham. Liz just real quick on that shot, and
okay,
that's the 3rd one of those we've seen on Bowl TV today for Liz. With the 2 falling last. Saw a couple of those in our opening.
And she made it again.
She seems thrilled about it right now.
No, she's not happy. She didn't even know she made it.
No, she knew it. She knew it was good.
She was not happy about that. And then Lindsey Boomershine with another pocket 7-10. Man, we got these stretches sometimes on Bowl TV where you just don't know what's going to happen. The reaction was priceless. The spare was great from Danielle. But if you had saw the reaction afterwards, Bree had to tell her, like, you made that. That was, okay, I'm just going to get this count. I'm turning it back around because I'm a little PO'd at the moment.
After Boomershire tries a 17 here. Let's go back and take another look at that 4-9 conversion from Danielle here.
Oh, this is bouncing.
So she's already upset. She's left it. She knew she made it. She knew it was that good. That's all it was.
Now, I don't doubt that for a second because she is that good and that accurate to do that. But her reaction coming back was just priceless. D-Mac. All right, Sandham looking for her first strike.
Wow, and we missed the D-Mac shot, but we got the replay, and it's not much different than Sandham's shot. 6 rattles in the flat gutter, doesn't take the 10.
LJ.
Bowling is a game of, bowling is a game of ups and downs, and sometimes those karmic paybacks come back a little too quickly.
Brianna Cote, who said she left 5, or has left 5 7-10s at this point of the day. Let's see, Cote is 9th at plus 73, and she's left 5 7-10s. She might be in 2nd when you think about that.
Oh, especially if it's between strikes, that's 33 pins you're losing on those open frames. Sandham's on an interesting line right now, just on the basis of if she throws an all-spare game, she could throw an all-spare game that's less than 180. That's even
great.
more impressive. It's impressive and depressive at the same time. A little depressing you're only shooting 180, but you're making everything you leave behind, including a full rack after a foul.
Hook. No roll 2 there. Again, if you're just joining us, the links to the results so far here in round 1, the roster, this week's elite field after yesterday's PTQ, and the pairings on who will go to which lane. So if you're curious, it'll be on Bowl TV and what game. All of those links are available in the event description just below your video screen. Liz Colkin is your leader after 5 games. The reigning U.S. Women's Open champion at plus 200 even. shot there from Kovalova. It's been a great bounce back and a rebound year for Cote. It's been the top seed in 2 events, Fountain Valley and the USBC Queens. Fountain Valley Open in 3rd week of May. Queens back in, the end of May. She won the Go Bowling 10K Challenge as well, speaking of Cote. Liz Johnson, 1 title this year, but one stepladder finals appearance that happened in Las Vegas. Wow. What a shot. Back to Sandham, still looking for her first strike. Will it come in the 8th? Cannot get the 10 out.
Almir's said live streaming, never been part of a Dutch 200. Game 1, Kelly Kilik, I've got that. I don't think I've ever had an all-spare game on a live stream before as well.
Really?
Could have that with Sandham. Yeah, I don't, yeah. I know I never had the Dutch 200. I do not remember having an all-spare game. Not that that's the best thing for Sandham right now, and I'm not rooting against her at all, but definitely be a unique part of history, especially in bowling live streaming. I don't think they've ever had a Dutch 200 and an all-spare game in the same round.
Well, here's what's going to happen. She's going to make the spare, and then she's going to throw the last 4 to get to 201.
Let's hope so. Need some help. And hooks back too far for Barnes.
What's your least favorite spare to shoot at, Phil?
Well, when I keep it out of the gutter, it's not a full rack. That's my least favorite. Second least favorite would be the, I'm left-handed, so it's the old 2-4-7-8. Not a fan of that at all. And back home during the bowling season, I try to bowl in a USBC sport league whenever possible. And yeah, I think my conversion percentage on that this year was about 50%. It was a little easier to shoot on the shorter patterns than the long patterns. Of course, I would have the same problem that Shannon Puhowski would have running into today, which is being the sole lefty. And if she gets the last 4, I'm going to ask you for the Minnesota Pick 3 Lotto numbers. I'm going to buy a ticket during the break for.
Well, first strike for Sandham comes in the 9th. Almost another 7-10 for Cote.
I mean, we kind of joke about it a little bit, but it's just showing the patience you need this week right now for Sandham. She's gone through a lot of adversity this game. She's picking up her spares. We're talking about 190s and 200s being solid games to walk off of pairs with, and she still has a chance to do that. She takes a couple of those spares away. You're looking at an open in the 10th frame maybe, and you're looking at 160 instead of 2-0.
And she hasn't thrown it bad throughout the day. You know, she's minus 38 right now, but still with plenty of time to make a move. But, you know, you said it well. That's exactly what she's done. This game could still work out in good favor.
And now the exact opposite here with Josie Barnes as we get over Liz Johnson. You see Josie Barnes, she's got a possibility of back-to-back opens here to shoot 2-0 after shutting with a 3-bagger spur double. There's a lot of ways to get to that 200 number. Some of them more frustrating than others. And I would rather do it Sandham's way than right now Josie Barnes' way. Because that you're just kicking yourself for as you're walking off the pair.
Want to see the up-close and personal view? If you haven't, make it.
There it is.
Josie Barnes 300 game. Should have checked that out on the PWBA Facebook page. It is up. and has been for a little bit, also on Twitter as well.
Zavialova leaves a pocket 7-10 in her first ball of the 10th frame. Almost the same thing for Barnes.
All right, Jay Rich is going to max out at 225. Boomershine trying to max at 215. Make it 214. Dasha Kovalova 226 over on 22. Cote. Trying to save 197. All right. Liv. There's one in the 10th. First double of the game for Olivia Sandham.
I think every youth/junior bowler in America should watch this game for Olivia Sandham. You want to learn what patience in bowling is about. You want to learn what overcoming adversity is about. You've seen that in 10 frames now with Olivia Sandham.
Fouled in the 4th, made the spare, most important part, then made the 6, 7, 10 in the 6th. Really good shots in frames 7 and 8, 10 pin, 10 pin. Finally strikes in the 9th, great shot, first one in the 10th. And now for her first triple of the game. Oh.
But still a 190 game that could have easily been 150.
That's a saver right there. That's a block-saving, tournament-saving type of game.
Yeah, if I was a high school coach getting your team ready for the high school season, show them that game for Sandham. And just go, see what you need to do to win, boys and girls. Sometimes you need games like this because it's not always about the 250s.
Nice game. 190 in the books. Liz Johnson is going to get to 250 plus. And EC with a 10 pin. Looks at a different piece, says Liz Johnson. 257 for the Hall of Famer. $196 for Cote, and now Wessner to finish out her game, and everyone else on 21 and 22. 9 on the fill. 2-1-0. 176 for Alicia Kern. Game 6 is in the books. Coming up next, Jen Higgins, Liz Culkin, Missy Parkin, Summer Jasmine, 21 and 22. Dasha Kovalova, Jody Wessner, Danielle McEwen, Haley Richard move one pair to their right. And Josie Barnes, Brianna Cote, Jordan Richard, and Alicia Kern will move on to 25 and 26. We'll take a short break. Back with you here in 1 moment. BowlerX.com, PWBA Twin Cities Open rolls on. From Cedarville Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota, you're watching it on Bowl TV. Folks, it's so fun to watch the best do their thing. It really is. It really gives you that appreciation, no matter the sport. And even if it's not a sport, if it's the best at, you know, the best sculptor in the world or the best accountant in the world, whatever it is, and you get to watch someone like be the best at it, it's just fun. And that is part of what I enjoy the most, is getting to watch the best do their thing. It's fun for the viewers. It gives you that a different appreciation. I think Phil said it yesterday, like watching the tour, you know, on Bowl TV, for example. And we certainly love to do it. That's why we do it. Be able to bring you that opportunity. But if you get a chance to check out a live event, wherever it is, please go check it out. Come by, see us, and really get a sense of, you know, how the best do what they do, why they do certain things, and how they become the best. It's fun.
No, it's great where you can just sit and observe during a round and see what the players are doing, and then if you have a question, a lot of players make themselves very accessible on the way out of the locker room. And just, why did you play the lanes this way? Why did you play the lanes that way? And they're usually more than happy to tell you why they made certain changes. So, you know, it's interesting to see the natural progression of things as bowlers move from game 1 to game 8. And you know, it's a little easier to relate to the styles of players for most of us with an Alicia Kern or even a Summer Jasmine, who's got a little more mitt than other players out here, but they're all easier to emulate than an EJ Tackett or a Jason Belmonte.
Game 7 is underway. Mel Edwards is right now the person to be in the chat. He got a chance to talk to DZ, or excuse me, I apologize. He got a chance to talk to DZ last week. He learned maybe some of the secrets to Diana's hairdo, which I don't think we've named yet. So I'm gonna have to talk to her about that. I was talking to someone the other day about, you know, athletes and things that kind of separate them from other athletes or players or whatever. And like, I can't now imagine Diana without her cut, because now it's kind of like that's DZ, like that's her. You know it's her when you see her. Even if you don't see her, if you just saw her hair, you would probably know. It's like James Harden. He can't cut his beard because now he is synonymous with the beard.
One of my favorite pictures I ever was able to take, and it was a candid picture at a bowling event because they were just standing there talking to each other. Kyle Troop and DZ in Las Vegas, just standing there talking to each other. And I'm like, I got to take a picture of this. It's the 2 best heads of hair in bowling. How can you not have a picture of the 2 best heads of hair in bowling?
He thanks. Shout out to Kyle Troop. I met him, really had a chance to talk to him at team trials last year. And good dude. Great dude. Look forward to seeing him again at some point.
And the kids that are out there, I hate to say kids, but compared to the old guard of the PBA Tour, the kids are learning a lot more about public relations and talking to fans and that. You know, in my opinion, and this is before I was working for Extra Frame and for the PBA Tour and a couple events I go to, is, you know, there were some players that made themselves pretty inaccessible. They get there, they show up, they bowl in the lanes, they'd leave. You know, there were still some of the great players of all time, like Norm Duke and Parker Bone III and Jason Belmonte, would take the time for pictures with fans, all that stuff. There were quite a few guys that made themselves pretty inaccessible, and I think it kind of hurt, you know, the fan base a bit. And now you got kids like Cal Troop, Anthony Simonson, all the guys that are in Team Fish that really know what it's like to get out there and glad hand and talk to the people and appreciate the fans that they have. And they're wise beyond their years that way. They really are. And you see that with a lot of the young players out here on the PWBA tour, like you said with DZ. And they're out here, building relationships with the fans that are the ones that are going to come back out and see them, the ones that are buying the T-shirts and everything else. It's a great thing to get that relationship built back up with the fans that, in my opinion, 6-7 years ago on the PBA tour was lacking from a lot of the players.
The players here certainly know what's good in regards to exactly what you just said, and then listening to some of the fans talk about who their favorites are, and then they get a chance to talk with that player and get the autograph and just the joy. Even just reading certain comments in the chat sometimes, you think about what that moment may have meant to that individual and how it will stick with them, throughout life. And as they continue to follow said player, they can recall that memory, that moment in time. I know for me, I think I've gotten, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 autographs. I've seen a lot of people. But I was able to get Walter Ray's autograph back in 2003. I believe it was the last event at St. Clair Bowl in Southern Illinois. And I was able to get his autograph, and he was my favorite, still is. And I was just psyched. I was like 19 at this point. I was geeked. Jay will be in Richmond to hang out with us at the Tour Championship. Jay and Noel, two of the PWBA's biggest fans, without question. See them at many events. We're starting to get some regulars, if you will, in regards to fans that we see at live events or week to week. Even if it's year to year, but the fans who, if we return to a particular city, which first few years we were in cities for 3 years, for example, we couldn't wait to see some of the fans we had met the previous year. One of the cool things about being here this week, well, it's a new city, new stop on tour. It's a new stop on the schedule, so that's a new chance to create those relationships that we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, it's been funny because for the previous 3 years, we covered a PBA regional in Kokomo on Extra Frame, and DZ won the regional back in 2015, and I've gotten to know the young man there. His name is Jeremy. He has cerebral palsy, and he's a big bowling fan. He's always at the bowling center, and now we had the PBA 50 there this time, and his dream was to bowl with Norm Duke in the Pro-Am. Got to bowl with Norm in the Pro-Am. Norm got to talk to him. Norm wins the tournament, and Norm gave the trophy to Jeremy.
How about that?
Keep.
Wow.
I mean, you talk about a moment, you said moments that make fans' lives. I mean, I know it's such a rare thing for the player to give the trophy up like they did, but that young man's got a memory forever, thanks to Norm Duke. And every time he looks on his desk at home or wherever he has that particular trophy, he's Norm Duke's biggest fan easily with doing that.
That's a great story.
Yeah. It's one thing that gets a little underrated about our sport as well, too, is that, people that are afflicted with mental or physical disabilities can still participate in the sport of bowling. They can still come out. Jeremy had a blast with Norm Duke at the Pro-Am. Absolutely loved it. He didn't have a 200 game at all, but he had the time of his life. And you see that, you see that with Special Olympics and bowling, and how huge those numbers are for that sport every year. The Special Olympics.
All right, folks, sorry for the brief delay. And right on time, because Jordan Richard is about to do some cool stuff. All right, here's Jay Rich. 6th in a row, stepping up 10th frame.
Pured it.
Jordan Richard has the shake your head ability. She makes you shake your head and just go, wow, how does she throw it like that? Jody Wessner. All right, as we were talking about the results, let me give you those. Strepo at plus 196, she's your new leader. Liz Kolkin was second at plus 180. Asha Kovalova was third at plus 149. Liz Johnson is fourth at plus 143. Jurgen Poplar is fifth at plus 124. Josie Barnes is sixth at plus 116. Clara Guerrero is seventh at plus 111. Lindsey Boomershine is eighth at plus 110. Alicia Kern and Missy Parkin ninth, or tied for ninth at plus 95. Another one for Jordan Richard. And she's going to be in the 260s. Shannon O'Keefe now into the top 12. She's 11th at plus 86. Kelly Kilik also into the top 12 at plus 81. Brianna Cote 13th at plus 69. Erin McCarthy 14th at plus 67. Verity Crawley is 15th at plus 63. Danielle McEwen is 16th at plus 58. Katie Ann Sop Schroeder 17th at plus 54. Jody Wessner is 18th at plus 45. Haley Richard 19th at plus 32. Sandra Gungor is 20th at plus 27. Great finish for Jordan Richard. She was -5 before that game. Just like that, just a matter of what one game can do for you. And she's going to be near the top 12 after one game.
And McEwen struggling with the pocket a bit, and then she makes an adjustment after 3 straight 9 counts, and she left 1-2-4-8 for McEwen. So she tried making a movement another way, and didn't work for her. Culkin looking to punch 234 if she gets all 3 in the 10th. Asks her to stay wide, and it does. Once again, McEwen experiencing one of those games of patience everybody seems to be putting up with at least once a day, and wow. Chop the head pin off the 2.
All right, D-Mac going to have to try to save this game here. Again, in the standings, she is 16th at plus 58. So on her pair, Haley Richard is at plus 32. Jody Wessner at plus 45. McEwen plus 58. And Verity Crawley at plus 63. All those 4 players, 15th, 16th, 18th, 19th. the end of Game 7, and Liz Colkin trying to reclaim the lead.
2:33.
I told you guys at the top of the broadcast, talked to Ro yesterday. She said her game was good. She worked on some things, so she was not worried about her game kind of moving forward, especially in this event, and it's certainly showing. Speaking of games, Olivia Sandham now in the two teens. For a while there was flirting with another Dutch 200 game. Not that she had one earlier, but we have seen one earlier. Phil referenced. So her second double, she can get to the 220s. And Sandham.
And Liz Johnson starts with a three-bagger. Throws a double in there in the 5th and 6th, but an open frame in between, and only one other straight that game is going to leave Liz with a 210 if she gets all 10 on the fill ball. It's one of those games where you got to start thinking to yourself, I can get 230 or 240 off this pair, and to get 20 or 30 less, that's going to irritate Liz just a little bit.
Off and running already on 21 and 22 for Game 8 as we wrap up Game 7 on 23 and 24.
Off and running on 25 and 6 as well.
Players know it's time for lunch. Let's get this game started.
Yeah, you got to recharge the batteries between these tough 8-game blocks. You know, so much more has gone into hydration and nutrition for athletes the last 20 or so years.
Nice shot from Jody Wessner as Kayla Pashina. 10-pin Haley Richard. She will shoot 212. Arkansas State grad. Shannon O'Keefe. A smile from Shannon leaving the 4-pin is to get into the 190s for Jody. Back-to-back shots, making copies.
See, now you jinxed it. She said to get in the 190s, and when she Greek churches, that one's all on you.
You are correct.
I've learned that the hard way more than once.
That's not happening. Not happening.
I did that to somebody earlier this year. Yep, they'll be in the 2 teens. No, they went through the last one in the gutter.
That's an extreme case.
All right. I feel much better for you now.
I feel much better about Jody's look going forward here this Game 8.
like Bishima's jersey. I saw noticed it yesterday too. She's got the paw prints next to her name. It's like Ron Moore on the PBA 50 tour. Where he's got the smiley face under his signature on the back of his jersey. I always like the little extra personalization some of these players do with their jerseys. Add a little more character.
The fashion folks don't play around on the PWBA tour. No. These players, they come with it. All right, 23 and 24. For game number 8, we'll feature Clara Guerrero, Aaron McCarthy, Verity Crawley, and Danielle Vandermeer. And that is how we will end at round number 1. Perhaps a few fireworks. Already had one 300 game today. It belongs to Josie Barnes. We had a front
9 for
Katie Ann Sop Schroeder, right?
Yes.
After Verity shot, she has gone to the first chair, essentially behind lane 24, and gone to write what I believe would be her journal of notes, probably about today.
Another quality shot there by Sop Schroeder. Sixpin does not agree to take the 10 along with it.
Got some competitors hanging out watching bowling here in the bleachers nearby. Jessica Malott, Lauren Pate, former teammates at McKendree, hanging out. Lauren bowled PTQ, as did Jess yesterday. Jess bowling, essentially chasing the tour, rest of the tour via the PTQ until the Players' Championship, of course. That is open to members. Lauren, of course, from Minnesota. Grove. Wow, that's just down the street. Inver Grove, how about that? 20 minutes. All right, here's Gongora. Wow. Be a nice break here for Gongora. Where was SG at after 7? Or excuse me, 6? Well, it doesn't matter because we've got the 7-game update.
Beautiful thing.
Kathy beat me again. And all right, so we've got right now a 2-player race to the lead after round number 1. Restrepo from Colombia. Of course, Rocio, now living in Louisville, Ohio, plus 215. Liz Kolkin is second at plus 213. Dasha Kovalova third at plus 153. Liz Johnson fourth at plus 152. Birgit Poplar is fifth at plus 146. Josie Barnes is sixth at plus 140. Week 10 there for Verity. Clara is seventh at plus 116. Brianna Cote is eighth at plus 112. Kelly Kilik ninth at plus 111. Lindsay Boomershine is 10th at plus 110. Shannon O'Keefe is 11th at plus 109. And Alicia Kern is 12th at plus 90, plus 90. Here's Katie Ann Saab. She's threatening. She's 13th at plus 89, just one outside the number. Missy Parkin, Erin McCarthy tied for 14th at plus 85. Sandra Gongora, 16th at plus 84. Verity Crawley, 17th at plus 66. Jordan Richard, 18th at plus 63. Jody Westner is 19th at plus 57. And D-Mac, 186, 175 last two games, now 20th at plus 33.
Well, Restrepo and Kolkin will get to keep an eye on each other. They're bowling next door. Kolkin will keep an eye on from here. She's on lane 27 and 28. Of course, full coverage of Restrepo this game on 25 and 6.
So, Phil, we're about 7 games obviously done. Round 1, and now the elite field, including those who advanced to the PTQ. I know you were looking forward to seeing kind of the full field, if you will. So, your thoughts on what you've seen so far from the best out here on tour?
I'm a bit surprised the scoring pace isn't a little bit higher from the PTQ yesterday. Now that we got into the elite field, it's slightly higher because it was plus 40 for 8 games. Advanced out of the top 8. So our top 8 definitely scoring higher, but the rest of the field seems to be already getting split apart a bit. You know, you look at, Erin McCarthy right now up on this pair, plus 85, and you go, 5 or 6 spots back, and we're looking at, DZ at plus 21, so plus 23, Summer Jasmine plus 21. So we're starting to see some opening in the field already after 7 games. That's a little unusual as well. I thought the field would be a little tighter packed for as medium scoring as this pattern is right now. If you take the overall look at the field, I mean, obviously you got the couple of runaways at this point with Restrepo and Kolkin, but you take that median, and I thought they'd be a little more closer together. But of course, that all gets changed around again tomorrow too, as only the top 12 return after we're done with the 8 games this evening. And any of those 12 players will be able to make the top 5 in the TV show tomorrow afternoon on CBS Sports Network. I wonder how tough that's got to be for these players to turn around. You just got done with 24 games of qualifying in less than 36 hours. And all of a sudden, oh, by the way, in 3 hours you need to be ready to throw it under the TV lights. There have been PWBA finals on the live stream before, where you've had the step ladder finals. Earlier this season, they were all on the live stream.
Yep.
But you're getting right into it. But I don't care what they say. As soon as the bright lights come on, it's a different animal.
Yeah, 100%.
And
any player will tell you that.
And instead of having overnight to think about it or get ready for that, oh, you have 3 hours to get ready for this.
Yeah, and in a way, though, it's talking to some of the players to not have to wait around and think about it is the benefit as well, because you can go right into, you don't have to not sleep, for example, or have trouble sleeping. For example, if you're thinking about it from the anxiety perspective, and how's it going to go tomorrow, and all of a sudden you don't get as much sleep as you certainly need it. So you get a little break, but again, you're not going to the live stream finals. You're going to the TV finals, and it just automatically gives you, I assume it does.
Yeah.
But it automatically gives you that I'm sure there's always some nerves. It is TV, and it's live. So there's always a little nerves, but it should be interesting to see what happens, especially after last week. Scoring pace obviously a little lower on television than it had been all week, and so will we see something a little different on TV? Will we see Shannon O'Keefe on TV? She's pretty good at it. Trying to make the run there to get herself in prime position. She's in the number right now as far as the top 12 to advance. Thanks everyone for tuning in, watching from the various parts of the world. We thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you. The BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Verity Crawley, no roll on the 2. Gongora has got left. What a shot. Just 10 straight back.
Take another look at that shot by Gongora. Once again, a little slip of the heel that time as the ball came through.
Rodriguez. And the 7 falls for Maria. So we've seen the evolution today from we don't know what's out on the lanes. No knowledge of the lane condition. A player started further right today. Little surface, started out playing around 5-6. If you wanted to play 2-3, you had to be dead straight. There could be nothing right or left about it. If it was right, it was a possibility it's going to go in the gutter.
Take a look at the shot, stop Schroeder here, and watch that ball. It makes its turn, and it just uses everything. It turns, and it uses so much energy because the angle she created there, it had no chance of getting back near the head pin. So it definitely shows you that they've opened up the pattern out to the right, but you can't use too much angle to get to where it's been opened up. Because the ball then just simply does the turn, the burn, and dies on the way back to the head pin.
Turn and burn.
And Top Shorter follows it up with the open frame, and she's starting to lose some momentum getting into this lunch break.
Sid the Kid. 4 pin there, so here's an example of a player who's moved left, the angle still a little straighter through the fronts. Gongora. Well, Sandra on 4 in a row. She's gone strike, spare, 4-bagger. Yep, just a touch right. You see as she was coming off the approach, she kind of motioned in, essentially. Maria has not had a good look today, I don't think.
We've seen a lot of weak 10s for her.
Seen her a couple times, and she has gone through. So it was one event where it might have been the U.S. Women's Open. I mean, I don't know how many 9 counts she left. How many 10 pins. See another pocket 7-10 down on the high end. Here's Clara.
It's Alicia Kern that left that pocket 7-10 down on 31.
Someone asked about about Shannon O'Keefe. She is plus 109 and 11th. Trying to make a nice little run here prior to the break. Move up the leaderboard. Separate, or create some separation, excuse me, from that 12th spot.
And you'll see O'Keefe coming up shortly on lane 21 once Guerrero picks up her spare. Guerrero got a little bit of a bad break there. Looks like that pin setter moved the 3-pin slightly left. Yeah. Covered it perfectly.
Wow. Not that bad of a break. 410 for O'Keefe. And that's really a momentum killer. But still plenty of frames left here. And of course makeable, but she looked to be in a great enough situation. Speaking of Shannon. Restrepo.
She was begging all the way on that one. Looking for that recovery back after a little miss right. How does that stand for McCarthy? It hit it, it moved it, and it's still probably going to wiggle after it comes out of the pin setter.
Hope everyone is either enjoying work, school. Hopefully you're off today. It's Friday. Hopefully you've don't have to stay. Maybe you get a half day today. Maybe you get to leave at least a little bit early. 4-pin though on 21 now. So 4-pin Gongora, then a 410 before that from O'Keefe. Watch if 21 is starting to increase that hook spot. What's everyone eating for lunch today? I'm curious. Is that Mr. Pate? By the way, any info in regards to results, the roster, the pairings, it's all related, or excuse me, all displayed in the event description below the video screen. Miscue for Gongora. She misses a single pin. Now only looking at 237 max. Here's Crawley. And she trips a 4.
Culkin trying to keep pace with Restrepo this game. Double, 2 10-pins, a strike, and now another 10-pin for Culkin. So she's getting to the pocket quite easily. But when your carry percentage is at 50%, which is better than leaving pocket 7-10s like McCarthy just did right there.
It's been a common leave.
That is the momentum stopper. Once again, Restrepo having to deal with a unique situation on lane 25 with that pole right in her line of sight as she approaches the foul line. Of course, bowlers have to deal that when they're on lane 17 as well. here at Cedarvale Lanes. It's not close enough to the foul line to have them worry about touching it, hitting it with a hand or anything of that nature. But it's just enough of a foreign object to make maybe
It would probably
mess things up a little bit.
I mentioned it yesterday. It would probably get me for the first couple frames.
Yeah.
But I'm not as good as them.
That's why they're where they're at, and we are where we are at.
Correct. And I'm okay with that.
I am absolutely.
8-lane bays, essentially, here at Cedarvale. 1 through 8, 9 through 16, 17 through 24, and 25 through 32. Oh, Fred Johnson, he's taking in some Mongolian barbecue. Never had it.
No?
I have not.
Most of those places, it's nice because you select your own proteins, your own vegetables, put it all together in a bowl with some sauce. And
really cool. I've got to check it out.
just got to avoid the all-you-can-eat version between the 2 rounds here today. Yeah, come back in a food coma.
And Clara misses the head pin right. 10th frame upcoming on 21 and 22. Same thing here on 25 and 26. Watch Restrepo. A race for the lead here with Liz Culkin. And a 4-pin on a good shot.
Almost a break there for Pluhowski. Trying to roll the 3 out. And not the way you're designed to make that 1-2-8 for Guerrero, but they all fall.
Be a good finish for Maria Jose Rodriguez, but not a good finish for Rowe. Good finish overall, certainly on the round, but a couple pins lost there. 219 for Restrepo, and so she will finish.
Does it count when a lefty leaves an 8-pin for you, or no?
No,
that was almost an 8-10 for Pluhowski. That was slicing through that rack.
Plus 234 for Rowe. She may be the leader. Check on what Liz Culkin is doing. She strikes there, and she is in line to have the first round lead. We'll keep you posted.
And max of 247 for Culkin.
Let's Much needed shot there for Brummett. Parents are here. She can get to 240. Sydney at -17, and this would be an excellent way to finish out a round. Same thing with Kayla Pashina. Of course, Kayla, formerly Kayla Strom. Went to Nebraska, 10-pin. By the way, Phil, Kayla's sisters in the chat mentioned that those paw prints are for her dog, or Kayla's dog, in regards to the paw prints you mentioned on her shirt.
Misty Park and pocket 710 you see in the corner of your screen there on lane 27.
Shannon, best she can do, gets 211. O'Keefe, that is. 235 for Pashina. Nicely done.
Six baggers make the lunch go down a little smoother.
Olivia Sandham finished with 266. She'll be plus.
So Liz Culkin just left 2-8. Assuming she spares, she's going to need the double in the 10th to take over the lead of this opening round going into the break. Her max now 225. Probably with a very fast 8. I've often wondered, does it throw the foreign players off when we start talking about miles per hour, feet, inches? Since we're the only country in the world that still uses the imperial measurement system. Which is funny because we're a democracy, but it's called an imperial measurement system. I've always wondered that.
Kilometers. I think last week I was, someone asked what the weather was in Tampa. And, you know, my first thought was to give the temperature in Fahrenheit, but we get a lot of international viewers. Wanted to make sure, you know, Celsius as well.
Oh, you got to give your barometric pressure in millibars then when you do that.
Another good shot from McCarthy. Well, this was kind of reminiscent of Aaron's final game in the round of 12. Last week, just couldn't get the carry to go. And a few of those carry for her last week. She definitely probably makes the show. Or not definitely, probably. She would have made the show if she get a couple of 9 spares to be strikes last week. A quick look over at when Liz Culkin takes the lanes. Right now, this is Clara looking to finish things up here. 10th frame. Final game. I'll be back with you at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Wow. And finally, the 7 goes. Wow, did they all just go? Did that just happen?
That just happened. Gotta get that score reset. Claire's eyes lit up a little bit when she turned back around. Big smile across the face.
Takes the break, he uses it, and now can get to 207. Wayne watching from Australia. Scott, the cut will be tonight after 16 games. Top 12 will move on to the round of 12 Saturday morning. Liz Colkin, Big Four. And Restrepo is going to be your round 1 leader. First time we said that, perhaps all season for Rowe. It's been very uncharacteristic for Rocio, but she's definitely back in business this week.
And we've got someone walking out of the pack, so McCarthy's and Vandermeer gonna wait to shoot their final shots here. Things you see at a professional bowling event that you don't expect to see at a professional bowling event.
Nice shot. McCarthy, London, Ontario, Canada checking in.
What's the exchange rate for the Canadian dollar to the US dollar right now? My wife and I are going on vacation to Vancouver in November, and all of a sudden I heard Canada. I'm like, I gotta find that out. It just reminded me. I know we have fans all over the world, but it's a great thing to have somebody just pop an ID in your head off the chat feed.
Oh, that's like one of those. That's a break for me? What?
I haven't seen that all day. Of course, you saw a pocket 710 on that lane back in the 6th frame. Why would she expect a good break now?
Again, folks, be back with you this evening, 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, here on Bowl TV. Final 8 games. Lee Field qualifying, McCarthy, 3 in the 10th, 190. Lots of bowling going on this weekend across the country, outside the country, across various platforms. Be sure to check it all out as Vandermeer finishes with 143. Well, that will do it for us here in round number 1. Brian McLean, by the way, just gave you an answer. Be sure to check it out.
Oh, I will do that.
On the chat as well. So want to thank Phil Brylow in the house.
Enjoyed the afternoon. Looking forward to 8 more tonight.
PWBA Twin Cities Open.
Quick announcement from
those score sheets, turn them into Kathy Watkins.
to Neil Milligan, our Director of Operations.
We'll get those scores verified, updated on our website, also on our big board. The athletes will return tonight at 5 p.m. for the continuation of the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
All right, we're going to go get some lunch. You guys check out more bowling. There's a ton of stuff going on, of course. PBA 50, right? Ongoing? Or 60?
PBA 50 ongoing on Flow Bowling from Spectrum Lanes. The PBA 50 Cup, the last tournament of the year being a major for the full 50 tour.
There it is. And then come on back and watch the best women in the world battle for 12 spots to advance to tomorrow's round. So we're going to get some lunch. Enjoy the next couple of hours. For Phil Brylow, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight here on Bowl TV.